with us on this beautiful Sunday. We wrap up the week of live racing here at Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York. We have plenty to discuss this afternoon, and glad to have you with us along for the ride. We'll also recap a lot of what took place yesterday in that stakes action. I'm your host, Acacia Clemones. We'll bring in New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Sterling here with me. And Andy, first thing I have to ask you is, do you remember the 21st night of September? It's been stuck in my head all day.
What is that from?
That's that song, September, Earth, Wind, and Fire. Come on, you have to know that song. It's the 21st of September.
It's my favorite song. No, yeah, I know it's 20. Does this mean it's the first day of fall?
So our cameraman said yes, but I just Googled it, and it's technically tomorrow at like 2-ish p.m.
Really?
Yes.
So summer until 2 in the afternoon.
Correct.
It's amazing how many people think that summer ends on Labor Day. Isn't it weird?
I know.
They don't have enough knowing the seasons always end the 21st. Yeah, it seems like it stays cooler later and it stays warmer later. So, you know, anyway, it's nice to be here. It's nice to be here with you and the whole crew, everybody. And saw some interesting racing yesterday as well. And I think that, you know, we'll talk a bit about the races down in Pennsylvania, but also some stuff going on here as well.
Here is what is on tap today. 9-race card in New York, fast and firm. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. So we have a fun allowance a little bit early in the card in race 3 and a nice 2-year-old maiden special weight to look forward to in the 6th as well. Speaking of race 3, take a look at the field. 7 furlongs on the main track in this allowance for fillies and mares. And I think the big question that surrounds this race, Andy, is do you trust Roswell after she was able to win, beating Senza Parole, who was a short price that day? And can she do it again?
I don't know. You know that you're right. There's two can you trust. We'll get into both of them. But I agree. I mean, Roswell has got to be a very frustrating horse for trainer Bill Mott because, you know, this is a horse that ran a couple of 90-plus buyers last year. She looked like she could be headed to stakes. In fact, they even did try a stake and didn't work out at Charlestown. She did run last time. She ran well in her return race and was a little bit unlucky in that race. I can't trust her, but I can't be surprised if she wins. She's got a million-dollar pedigree.
She came running late in there, and then, as you said, the other kind of wild card of this race is Lavender Disaster, who will try the dirt for the first time, coming out of back-to-back stakes tries, all on the turf. I know she's playing to Mischief, but on the bottom side, in the female family, it's all turf and synthetic.
I always liked Cafe Americano. She was a bit pace compromised. She wanted to pucker up. I remember I liked her in the QE2. I think it was her last start, actually. I wonder if Chad Brown's hoping it's like another way to risk situation. I got to think he and Peter Brand are just frustrated because she was bad last time.
Yeah.
You know, she had a perfect trip and she just couldn't deliver. The problem I have with her in this race from a betting standpoint is she's probably going to have to be a better dirt horse than she is a turf horse, and her price is not going to compensate you for that possibility, which I don't think is that extreme.
More on that third race in a bit. We kick off the day, though, with a maiden claiming $20,000 to start off the day. Fillies and mares, and no surprise, Chocolate Chocolate, a short price right now. Will meet the field, though, starting off with Kate Berry, who has the rail.
Claimed out of her debut for Ray Handel for Bruce Brown. She gets her first start in a dry track for Bruce. I guess if she could improve a little bit in that debut, she could win here.
It's had some trouble out of the gate for her. Here's the 3, Snide, blinkers on.
How can I not pick a horse named Snide? You know, I'm just sort of committed. I have seen Linda Rice first-time stars that ran horrendously first time, improve a lot second time, and in this field, I want to take a chance.
Chocolate Chocolate, the favorite.
Well, she got a great scratch in the one Darty time coming out, the other speed, and she is way the horse to beat.
Here is Sheer Will cutting back.
Linda's had so many chances with this horse, and she's consistently run figures that would make her competitive here, but man, has she had chances.
And Gouldian to the outside, big price.
Even in this field, she would be a big upset.
Well, that is the field. I want to remind everybody you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. Horses on the track for the opener. Let's check in for the first time today. Champion jockey Richard Migliori here with us. Richie, what are you saying here for the first race?
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. Thanks, Acacia. You know, we've got these lower-level maiden claimers, and you got a big favorite in Chocolate Chocolate. But I'm going to start towards, well, actually on the inside now, the 2, Kate Barry, making her third start. Thought she really didn't handle the slop last time in a sharp pace off the turfer. And didn't run particularly well, but I thought her first race was decent. She's been having a little trouble getting out of the gate. I like the way she looks, and I like the way she's warming up, and I think the inside post kind of forces Romero Mirage to be aggressive. And in these kind of races, I think having speed is a good thing. I find that lower level horses were always a bit more easily discouraged when I was riding. So I want to be the one they got to catch. And from the inside, I think it simplifies things if she can just break a touch cleaner. Got a little bit warm, like I said, in the paddock, but I really like what I've seen from her in the warm-up on the racetrack. The Far Chocolate is a very deserving favorite. I don't know if that short of price is ever warranted in a lower-level maiden claimer. Looks great. Usually I'm looking for some kind of negative, something I can hang my hat on to say, well, maybe this horse won't run quite as well. I don't see anything but good things with her. The only thing I will say is her seconds. There were a couple there I thought maybe she could have got it done, and she doesn't seem like the most dominant type personality. She looks like she's pretty content running with horses as opposed to getting away from horses. You can see she gets locked in duels and just kind of gives it up a little bit late. So I'm going to take a little bit of a stab against her, even though admittedly she is much the horse to beat. And then the 5 Sheer Will stood out from a physical perspective in the paddock. Might have gotten the paddock check mark completely. Like her turning back in distance, and I thought she was pretty interesting with an outside draw under Dylan Davis.
Richie, thank you. We'll see how it does play out. As far as the 4 Chocolate, Andy, you and I were just discussing how she is quick. Yes. If you watch her races, though, one thing I will say about her, she's not the fastest immediately out of the gate, at least in her last couple of starts, but she is able to get right up there pretty quickly. And Manny Franco is a rider that should be aggressive. You'd have to imagine, especially in the quality of this field, she should be forward.
I think Manny's one of the better gate riders that you'll find anywhere. You know, he knows how to get horses out and get them to the front, and she's supposed to go. Now, listen, if Richie's right and the 2 is somehow going to find speed to run with her, that's going to be a problem for her, especially at her super short price. I think she's supposed to be the clear speed with the 1 Darty time scratching, but on the other hand, she's not exactly the kind of horse that is inspiring to bet at odds on. Now, in fairness, while she's been a short price in her last 4 starts, she was never the favorite. So she wasn't exactly the horse to beat. Maggie had made this point to me earlier, and I thought it was a very valid point. Having said that, she's kind of running out of chances, and I'll tell you something. If she isn't able to get it done in this race, I do not want her going forward. I mean, this is a race that's almost being gift-wrapped for her, particularly with the scratch of Darty time.
Yeah, she certainly looks like she has found her friends, so to speak. What about the other Linda Rice horse in Sheer Will, as this horse is taking some attention as well, cutting back in distance?
I like the cutback, but the truth is she's run her faster figures at a mile, so I don't think it really matters. I don't know. I mean, I guess in this race, this is what you're going to get, 8-5 on a horse like this. She's the problem I have with her, and listen, only into her last couple races did she take a lot more money. She's never been in a race where she's been particularly competitive. At least the 4 is coming close to winning in a race. I mean, maybe you want to say it's a knock on her, but the 5 is just never even really close to good enough. Could she win? Of course she could. I would rather take the unknown with the 3, Snide. I know things went wrong last time with her, but you know what? We have seen this before. I watched her last race. She just completely stopped for Kendrick. It wasn't like he wasn't trying to get her motivated out of there. She just didn't really do any running, but I have seen this rodeo with Linda before. Horses that did not run well at all the first time are very, very different horses the second time. And in this field, at this price, I can lose a few dollars on this horse. I'm not betting with confidence, but not going to take a Herculean effort to win here.
Yeah, she certainly has the look of a type of filly that could move forward. I'd actually written down in my notes first time out that she was good looking, just kind of a big rough type of horse, and probably really needed to race into fitness. And we don't really see Linda winning first time out, especially with those claiming types.
Yeah, but she keeps this daughter of Tonalist going short, which is interesting. And
Yeah, I was a
want
bit
to say,
surprised by that.
Maggie had pointed this out also. Didn't Robert Evans own this horse the first time ran, and now Linda?
He did, yes. Well, he bred her, and I looked it up because it says that she was sold in the digital sale, but he was listed as the owner first time out. So I don't know if that was just something that hadn't been noted.
Was this sale after the sale?
No, because
sale after the race or before it? Because it's June.
The first race, the digital sale price is listed, and he's listed as owner and breeder, and now it's Linda. So I don't know if it's something that wasn't reflected or what took place there. But anyway,
the mystery
she is
deepens.
now the owner and trainer as well.
Yeah, listen, I mean, we can sit here and hypothesize things here. If the 4 breaks cleanly and establishes an early lead, she's probably going to make that 4 to 5 look generous. You know, because the other thing about her is you look at her races, she's never been able to establish a lead. She's been in front, but she's always been taking pressure in her races, and they've been some pretty quick paces for this quality of horse. So it's not like she's not running well in those races. I don't think she's run badly in any of her last 3 races. She hasn't gotten the job done, but if she breaks cleanly and she's able to control, she may find herself in a completely different situation where she turns around top of the stretch in front by 2 or 3 lengths, and there's just nobody that's going to come and catch her. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but she's in a potentially very, very favorable scenario today.
See how it plays out. Chocolate Chocolate 4 to 5 right now as the short price favorite. There goes the 2 Kate Berry, who Richie had some good things to say about, taking some attention as well at 9 to 2.
He's wondering if she's going to show speed. Now, I don't see it on her PPs, but I respect Richie's opinion. And if she shows speed, that's a monkey wrench into the possibilities of the 4 winning the race. I'm not saying the 4 can't stalk her and win, but I think the 4, if you're betting the 4 at a short price, you're kind of relying on the possibility that she's supposed to be loose here.
Yeah. Graduation day for one of these fillies as we get ready for the opener. Belmont at the Big A. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Goldie in. Moving forward. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Goldie in shows early speed. The far outside, and Chocolate Chocolate in between horses, tightly bunched early. They're lined up across the racetrack. Here comes Snide from in between horses. Kate Berry is going to hold that rail position. Snide's got to work. It's only a neck in front. At the rail now, taken back is Kate Berry. Romero Mirage is going to ease off, is back to third. Just got passed by Sheer Will, who's going to reclaim that second position. Out wider is Chocolate Chocolate in fourth, and the trailer, Goldie in. Speed up the backstretch here. Plenty of pace on. 22.49. The opening quarter mile, Snide takes him into the turn. A 3-wide run for Chocolate Chocolate, and here comes the orange cap of Chocolate Chocolate is in pursuit. Sheer Will in between horses. Now 3 of them across the racetrack, and they are hooked up. Losing some ground there was Kate Berry, and far back is Goldie in. The front 3 continue to go at it. 3 noses. They approach a quarter mile. Left to go, 45.74 for the half-mile time. Chocolate Chocolate had a nice journey, is trying to put away a stubborn Sheer Will and Snide down towards the inside. And now Chocolate Chocolate is trying to stride away. Snide is not giving in, keeps coming back towards the inside. Chocolate Chocolate finding just a touch more. Inside the final 16th, Chocolate Chocolate almost there. Snide just keeps on running. Chocolate Chocolate gets the victory. Chocolate Chocolate over Snide, Sheer Will, and Kate Berry. 1 minute 17 seconds flat.
The favorite, Chocolate Chocolate, gets the job done, but really had to work for it, Andy. A much improved effort from Snide, who was a game second.
Yeah, no, my Snide actually ran really well at 7 to 1 in that race and had a lot more speed, a different horse today. Now, I guess they decided last time out to rate Chocolate Chocolate, and it worked out perfectly for her. Manny got the great trip on the outside. Snide ran very well, was game to the wire, actually galloping out past this horse after the wire. But Chocolate Chocolate just proved to be best here at a very short price at 4 to 5.
Chocolate Chocolate getting the job done. Breaks her maiden. Manny Franco in the saddle, getting a win for Amelia Green as it's 4-3-5-2. Big effort from Snide, who showed much more speed. Definitely improved second time out, as we often see for Linda Rice and experienced horses.
Yeah, you know, it's hard not to think about it and say, what if Snide had drawn outside of this horse, you know, and been able to sort of control outside? But you know what? It is what it is. I don't listen. I think the lesson to be learned with guessing with a horse like Snide is take those Linda Rice second-time starters at big prices, especially in sort of mediocre fields going along. But Chocolate Chocolate gets it done, and Manny gets the win. Manny's riding extremely well.
He really is. Had that big, what was it, last weekend? 3 wins in a row on the card. Chocolate Chocolate with Manny Franco in the saddle. There's Amelia Green heading out to meet her filly by Vino Rosso, who breaks her maiden for $20,000.
I was going to say with Amelia, you know, it's funny. When she first went out on her own, it seemed like every horse she was running was winning.
Yeah.
And then, like all trainers, she hit a low.
Well,
right?
I think it's for any young trainer. You want to start off strong so people take note.
You also break maidens, you break your numbers of one conditions. It's very hard to move up, and that's why it's so hard to win, back-to-back races. But since, I would say maybe 2 weeks or so to go at Saratoga, it feels like her barn has been running extremely well since. And obviously, this is not, a stakes quality field, but you got to win when you're supposed to win. And it seems like Amelia does that. And, obviously, she worked for Todd Pletcher. She's got a great background, but it's clear she knows what she's doing, and that's an understatement, to be honest.
Absolutely. Looks like I saw a red tag there, so that would be win and get claimed.
That's a
which would
double
be
win.
The most ideal
Double win
situation.
for Mike
of
Rapoli. He
all.
gets the win, and somebody claimed his horse for 20. I think he's probably just fine with that.
So we'll take a quick time out. There's a look at Times Square, the one and only. We are mileage-wise just a short jaunt away, though. We'll take you a little bit longer if you are driving. Prices and more for the opener after this on America's Day at the Races.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
We're back on America's Day at the Races as Chocolate Chocolate makes her way into the winner's circle, breaking her maiden here in the opener. Manny Franco aboard and sat from off the pace today, and that proved to be just fine. Had to work for a little bit in the stretch, but she was just the best horse.
She won. She got claimed. It's like 2 wins.
Getting the victory for Amelia Green, who's standing by with Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. Thank you, Acacia. Amelia, Chocolate Chocolate finally gets it done. Couple of tough losses, but it looked like even today when she hit the front, maybe she was waiting on horses a little bit.
Yeah, I thought so too. I opened up the blinkers to try and let her see the competition a little bit. I think that helped. When she felt the 3 coming back on again, she ran on again, but definitely looked like she was waiting around a little bit for company.
You know, Amelia, you really haven't been out on your own all that long. In fact, this was your 100th starter today, but things seem to be going well. How many horses are you up to?
Yeah, going good. Obviously, you always like to do better, but that's a good trait to have. Up to 36 horses. And yeah, I'm happy with how things are going, but I think you can always do better.
And you're still getting on a lot of your own horses?
I try. It's obviously hard to get on many when you have that many. I have a very good team and very good exercise riders that ride them, but I try and get on the odd one here or there.
Now, she was claimed chocolate, but she got the W. Any regrets about losing her?
No, I mean, ultimately that's where she belongs. That was her level of competition. So obviously sad to lose her. I had her very early on in my career. She was probably like my 5th horse I got in, but happy to get the win at least.
Well, congratulations, well done. And guys, it's not just about having them prepared, it's about having them well placed, and Amelia did the job here.
Richie, thank you, as Chocolate gets the victory here for Amelia. And yeah, she certainly has done a very good job, as you've mentioned, and as Richie was touching as well, her 100th starter. I'm sure many, many more to come. She's been well supported, and rightfully so.
Oh, I completely agree. I mean, she's clearly a trainer to watch, and you know, it's good to see. First of all, women succeed in everything, but also in this game, it's just they're not on the front lines as often as they could be, or should be, to be honest. And, you know, so when you see Amelia doing so well, you know, all the women in this game that do so much of the work, this is an equal opportunity game. It's one of the things I really like about racing, you know. It's a lot of diversity in racing, a lot of, you know, women doing well in the back, but they don't get the credit if they're not. Think of somebody like Leanna. You know, we talk about her, Leanna Wolford, who worked for Bill. She's 25 years with Bill, and what a tremendous job she does. But, you know, the assistant trainers just don't get the press. And in some cases, they're probably happy about that. They don't have to worry about the, you know, the negative press as well. But it's nice to see Amelia doing really well. Somebody who was behind the scenes with Todd Pletcher through an enormous amount of success for him, too.
Turning the page on to race number 2, New York bred maiden claiming for $30,000, going a mile. God Given on the drop-in class, taking a lot of attention for Mike Maker.
Well, I wouldn't bet this horse at 9-5, but I picked God Given on top, even though he's done no running in his races, hoping he could wire the field. But I got to tell you, this is not an easy race to have a strong opinion. And frankly, I never thought God Given would be that short. But apparently, I think Carlin Connection was a slight favorite in doubles, though.
That would make sense.
I'm going to look right now at that, see that.
Yeah, that one who has been running at this level, Carlin Connection to the contention, excuse me, to the outside, who will get back to the main track in here. God Given, currently the favorite, though. I think Flavien Prat moving the board a little bit?
Probably. I mean, with Irad not here, there isn't the same kind of jockey. They're sort of figuring it out. I mean, listen, I'm not sure. Nothing, obviously, Flavien's great, but, you know, Ricardo Santana, he's riding. We not only have good riders here, I think a lot of them are riding very, very well.
Seeing the ball really clearly right now. We'll see if Flavien Prat can pick up another one, though, on the current favorite, God Given. We'll talk more about race 2 in a moment. When we come back, we'll take a quick timeout. We'll also recap what took place over at Parx yesterday. Baeza getting that Grade 1 victory, stepping up for his big moment in the Pennsylvania Derby.
$1,600,000 $1,600,000 bid now $650,000 $1,650,000 anybody else want $650,000 bid today $1,650,000 $1,600,000 thank you.
You can gamble anywhere all the time. Just ask yourself, should I? Take a pause and think about how often you're gambling. A pause can help you stay in control. Visit oasas.ny.gov to take our survey and see if your gambling is becoming more than a game.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like,
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at nairabets.com. Yesterday was the marquee day over at Parks, Pennsylvania Derby. Grade 1, the last Grade 1 restricted for 3-year-olds. And as you said, Andy, it was an opportunity for some of those horses that weren't really kind of maybe up to the level of some of the others or had a chance to shine throughout this year. Credit to Baeza, though, as we touched on. He's a horse that did not duck anybody throughout this year.
Right, as opposed to the rest of the crew in there in the Consolation Derby that was afraid to run against Sovereignty and just assuming they couldn't be second in the Travers, which was pretty valuable. Baeza ran against him. He had run 3 straight races against him, 2 of the Triple Crown races, the Jim Dandy. So I'm not going to knock him because he showed up. And you know what? He was the best horse going in, and he was the best horse coming out.
He certainly was. 105 Beyer speed figure for him as well. That's now 5 consecutive triple-digit Beyers for this horse.
He's a very good horse, and I'm happy for John Sheriff's. Nice to see him doing well. I just thought the runner-up in this race ran pretty well. Magnitude because he didn't get the lead.
Yeah.
And it's not like the rider was rating him. I just think they kind of got away from him as they were moving up there. But he really, once he gets out in the clear, you see him. Once he's able to sort of get out between horse and get clear, he's really running a lot at the end and runs really well. And Goal Oriented also ran well in here, as did the 4th place finisher. But the best horse won. Though I think Magnitude ran sneaky well in here also. And I hope that both of these horses are running next year because I think they're both horses who would step forward, could be massive players in the older horse division.
I agree. They both have the look of horses that maybe improved in the later part of their 3-year-old season. You still see a lot of development of horses at this time of year, too.
Yeah, I'd love to see Baeza win the Santa Anita Handicap. Santa Anita Handicap is such a great race, and obviously, California racing has been struggling a bit. He's the kind of horse that should be winning a race like the Santa Anita Handicap, which is such a storied history. A really good horse, and I'm thrilled for John.
Yeah, absolutely. For John Sheriff, as Baeza getting the win with Hector Berrios in the saddle. As we bring Richie in to this conversation. Richie, what were your thoughts on Baeza's victory yesterday afternoon?
Well, he was best. He's a good horse. He's no worse than the 3rd best 3-year-old this year. And what I perceive is a very talented, deep talent pool in our 3-year-old division. Baeza gave Sovereignty pretty much, all he could handle in the Jim Dandy. I thought he was really honed for it. But I'm seeing a professionalism in Baeza that I think was lacking earlier this year. I just think he's more focused. He's running straighter. There's more continuity to when he starts making a run. I always thought there was a little bit of that stop and start, emergency brake kind of effect with him, if you will. And the thing you got to remember, too, guys, is Baeza was a May 13th foal. That's a late foal. All thoroughbreds turn a year older on January 1st, but in actuality, his birthday wasn't until the middle of May. So there's more upside. There's more potential to be tapped there as far as his physical and mental maturity. And I think Baeza could have a lot of, to say going forward, particularly as a 4-year-old. I sure hope we see him as a 4-year-old. And Magnitude, he ran terrific, showing a different dimension. He had been a horse that was great freewheeling, and this time he had to take kickback, negotiate his way through traffic, and finished well. And honestly, I think as well as Baeza ran, as well as Magnitude ran, it just keeps on complementing Sovereignty, who has clearly shown he is far and away the leader of this division.
He certainly has been a lot of fun to follow, Richie. Thank you. Sovereignty seems to be perhaps in a class of his own, but altogether, it has been a really fun 3-year-old crop to follow. And as we were kind of discussing too, Andy, it's a very good group of older horses this year that have stayed in training, which is not always the case. So should they all meet together in the Breeders' Cup Classic, that's something really to look forward to.
Right. I mean, last year it was all the 3-year-olds. Sierra Leone, Fierceness, and Forever Young running 1, 2, 3 in the Classic, and nobody even really gave much thought to the older horses. It's very different this year. Now, even clearly Sovereignty's going to be the favorite, and he should be the favorite going in there. But there's some good older horses out there, and I think there's a promise that we'll have some good older horses next year coming from this 3-year-old crop, and that's something to look forward to because it's good to have where's the Whitney, the Jockey Club Gold Cup. You want these races, Santa Anita Handicap talking about. You want these to be good races. They should be good races. They're historically great races.
I completely agree. So as fans, as first and foremost, we are fans of the sport as well. As we take a look at God Given in the paddock, getting ready for race 2, 7-5 right now. This is a horse that his first couple starts up in Saratoga, Andy, he'd been so green and really kind of wound up as well. I had a little bit of hope that he was going to improve last time. Maybe it is the class drop that will just be what the doctor ordered for
I
him.
picked him. I wouldn't bet a nickel on him at 7-5. I was hoping to get like the 3-1 morning line. You know, he's a half to the number 4 True Legend, the first-time starter, race number 6. Maggie pointed that out a little earlier to me today. The problem is, I just felt like he's a little underexposed. He doesn't have to be much to win this race. I also never thought he'd be a heavy favorite. And I'm still not sure he's going to be favored, as Carlin Contention, the horse on the outside, is the favorite in the doubles by a small margin.
He's 7-5 right now, and he is taking a drop in class. The one of 2 in here that it's the first time running for a claiming tag at all. The other one, the 4 Coco Sun, who, to be fair to him, his last dirt race, he did actually show a little bit of speed at least.
And it was 1 1/8, and frankly, his debut was good enough that he could compete with these horses. So you want to take a shot with him at a price, go ahead. I mean, I think you could do worse than him. I don't really have a strong opinion. I even thought the 10 Kaz Ice Changer, I always look at these Demetrius Sinafias horse that show up here. There's really not much pedigree for this horse to speak of, and that's being kind. But I don't know. This feels like a trainer that brings live horses here, and I don't want to just disregard them. I don't care if they're not getting bet or not.
Yep. Is a New York bred, so understand coming to this spot, debuting for 30, as you mentioned, homebred for the Kaz Hill farm. The dam was 1 for 13, so we'll see what happens there. You saw a shot, though, of Jimmy Ryerson, who sends out 2 in here, the 7 Carlin Contention, as well as the 2 Small Change Jeep.
That's Jimmy's wife, actually, I believe, right there in front. Right, just ran into her as I was coming up for the show. It seemed like every time I turned around in Saratoga, Jimmy was in the same place I was in.
Really?
Yeah, I saw him at Taverne Novo one night.
Yeah.
He was having dinner. His wife were having dinner at Hamlet and Ghost one night. I was having lunch with my mom at the stadium. We love the stadium. Do you ever go to the Stadium Cafe on the West Side?
I haven't been
My mom
there
and I have
in
lunch
a
there.
while.
A lot of
really
dark
good.
days.
We used to go watch some races, like if there were out of town races.
Yeah. They've got it's a really good spot for lunch.
Is.
If you're in Saratoga, you're looking, especially in the dark days, for a place for lunch.
There was one year that Miguel and I saw Nick Zito everywhere we went.
Really?
Yes. It was so funny. Like, even went to Boston Spa at that
Next Door?
Next Door Kitchen,
Store's
which
great.
is awesome. And there's Nick Zito, first table
Really?
in the window.
My mom loves that. My mom and Nick are buddies too. But
love
that
that.
first table in the window on the left as
Yes,
you walk in,
that's where
that's
he
my
was,
mom's
yeah.
favorite table.
That's
She
where
loves
he
that
was.
table. I ate there late in the meet. Actually, we all went to dinner there, and it was fun.
Such a great spot.
Yeah, it is a very good restaurant if you're not familiar with it. And I also like the lunch place across the street, the Whistling Tea Kettle.
Yes, love that place
Another
too.
good spot too. Boston's got some nice stuff going on.
So many good spots to go for. As we see horses heading out from the paddock, we have pick 4 kicking off here for race 2. Again, New York bred maiden claiming. We'll get a chance to meet the field momentarily. Post parade coming up, and we'll kick things off with your favorite, the number 1 God Given.
I'm just kind of hoping he's the speed in a race that there isn't much to go on. But frankly, he's never done any running his 2 starts, but he has been way over his head in those races too.
There's one of 2 for the Ryerson barn, Small Change Jeep.
The least likely one. This is one that can be forward. If the one doesn't show speed, this one could find himself in front.
I like the stretch back out to the mile. I actually think that suits this horse, who should be more forward today. Dominican Thunder dropping back down in class.
Yeah, he's a little tough to make, but I'll say one thing about this trainer. He wins with some pretty random horses at times, so who knows?
5-1 in this field, as there's Coco Sun, who we talked about dropping down for the first time.
That first race makes him a contender in here if he can re-find it.
Big price and a lot of chances on Uncle Barry.
Had a lot of chances, but has run a figure. That second place finish, fast enough to compete, and it's a big price. I think the lesson in this race is I don't think there's anybody in here that's absolutely hopeless.
Yes, you can make a case for anyone in this spot, including this horse, first-time starter, Kaz Ice Changer.
Well, he hasn't exposed himself yet, so there's that.
Has less excuses than some of the others do, at least. And the other 4, Jimmy Ryerson, Carlin Contention.
Probably a very logical horse in here. Hasn't had too many races on a dry track, only 2. It's the first time going long on a dry track, draws well on the outside. And he's a crazy generous price of 7-2 right now. I'm very, well, he just went from 7-2 to 5-2 as the one went 6-5 to 3-2. I think you're going to see these horses at very similar prices by post time.
Yeah, he makes a lot of sense, this horse, this season. For the 30,000, as mentioned, getting on to a fast track, going long for the first time. As we have an opportunity for you to take home your share of $5,000. Hit the late pick 5 at Belmont at the Big A today and split $5,000. Visit NYRABets.com to opt in today. There's a look at first-time starter Kaz Ice Changer. Little bit of a look to him at 10-1, and there is the favorite God Given. As Andy, I know you liked this horse. Is that too short a price for you, 8-5?
Yeah. I never imagined this horse would be that short with those PPs. I guess it's the connections. It's Flavien riding. You see Mike Maker and Flavien riding in this field. Going to attract a lot of money. I kind of misread it. Was 3-1 in the morning line. We'll see if he drifts up. But I'll be honest with you, I just didn't want to take anybody else in here. But I don't want to really bet him at 8-5, to be honest with you.
Let's see who's catching Richie's eye. Trackside, Richie, what are you seeing?
Well, guys, we'll start with God Given. A big, stout son of Laoban. Looks a great deal like Laoban, his sire who passed away too young. But do you really want a horse as a favorite that, and I agree. Listen, he's dropping in class. He's faced much better. But his dirt race left a lot to be desired, and maybe he's just in the right group. It's a little bit hard trying to figure out who you really want here, but I don't want him at that short a price. The two small change Jeep, I don't know how you say that anyway, guys, but I think if Dylan's aggressive, this horse could make the lead here, and being on the lead is always a good thing in these kind of races. But, he's got to come out with intention like he wants it. I don't see a tremendous amount of speed signed on here. The 6, Kaz Ice Changer, first-time starter, looks very well prepped. We've seen the Sinifiuses bring horses in here over the years to do well, but a mile is a very tough debut distance, and that brings me to the 7, Carlin Contention. That's my top selection. I have to always go back to my comfort zone, particularly when I'm as confused as I am looking at this race. And my comfort zone is looking at horses and how they appear to me. And he is by far and away the best turned out. He looked the best in the paddock. I love the way he looked in the warm-up. I wish he had a little bit more natural speed, but maybe in this spot, without a ton of pace in here, he can put himself in a little bit more forward position. So I went to the outside. Good draw for the 7, Carlin Contention.
Richie, thank you. 5-2 right now on Carlin Contention. He mentioned a good draw. Why would being drawn outside in this mile race be something of a benefit for him?
Well, I guess the idea is that you're always able to sort of see what's going on inside of you, and it doesn't force your hand. Can kind of run your race and not worry outside of you. I think sometimes people get overly negative about horses drawing inside. As long as you break well, there's no real problem. But I guess look at the first race. Maybe if the 3 was outside of horses, maybe that horse wasn't sort of being pushed the whole way. Maybe he wins the race or she wins the race. I don't know. But I don't disagree. Getting this outside draw at a mile is not a bad thing. But, I don't think the post position is going to decide this race. Maybe it does. I don't think it's going to. I think the question is the 1 a horse? If the 1's a horse and breaks and goes to the front, he may very well win this race because the competition is weak. But taking 8-5 in that proposition does not do a lot for me. I am shocked at the difference, especially when you look at doubles where the 7 is a slight favorite, that there is this big a gap between these two horses. I thought they'd both be like 2-1 and 9-5 or something.
Pretty surprising. God Given 8-5 right now still. Very short price. Flavien Prat aboard. Certainly his presence helping that. As far as the 2 small change Jeep, the other one for Jimmy Ryerson. This horse did show some more speed when going a mile in an 8th. Like I said, I feel like stretching out, he should be more forward, but I do wonder how fast we might see him even be in here.
I agree. That horse could be forward. I think Dylan needs to start being more aggressive. I think one of the reasons he's been struggling as much as he has been the last 3 months is he's just not getting these horses in the game early. And one of the reasons Dylan was getting very successful last year was being more aware and being in the hunt. He's had horses that should have been forward that were last in races this meet, and that is not how you win races as the gap is closing between the 1 and 7. The 1's now 9-5, the 7's 5-2, now 8-5 and 5-2.
See how it plays out here in race number 2. Maiden claiming for the New York Breds. Somebody will get the first win of their career coming up next. We'll send it up. Chris Griffin has the rest of the load and call. Race 2 live, Belmont at the Big A.
Uncle Barry. Kaz Ice Changer. Carlin Contention. Still waiting on Kaz Ice Changer. Rears up. And that is Kaz Ice Changer, still a little reluctant here, acting up in behind the gate. Jose Gomez aboard. Trying again to bring him forward. And he backs away again. Bit stubborn here is the number 6 Kaz Ice Changer. We'll try one more time here to bring that runner in. And they have succeeded now. He's in the gate. Carlin Contention. Carlin Contention goes in. All set. And they're off. Carlin Contention right out towards the front with company from Uncle Barry in between horses. Also emerging there is Dominican Thunder, wants to be up with the early pace, and at the rail, God Given. God Given now with a neck advantage is in front. Dominican Thunder is right there stalking from second. Out wider moving forward there was Kaz Ice Changers in a lineup of 3. As towards the inside, Small Change Jeep and Coco Sun in that now middle pack, and the 2 at the back, that's Uncle Barry with Carlin Contention. They broke on top, and now they're the 2 trailers. God Given is the leader, is up by 3. God Given alone went 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Dominican Thunder is a shared second and third to the outside of Small Change Jeep and Dylan Davis at the rail. Those 2 move as a pair as they try to catch this leader who's getting away. God Given is doing it nicely and well clear into the far turn, 46 seconds flat for that half-mile time. Dropping back quickly, Coco Sun, Kaz Ice Changer doing the same. They're going backwards with Carlin Contention and Uncle Barry. They're well into the far turn, and God Given looks strong. It's Small Change Jeep is now trying to skip away here from Dominican Thunder, who's all in. The front 2 start to get away from the rest of the field. It is far, far back to the rest as they reach a quarter mile left to go. Can God Given put this one away? Small Change Jeep is the one that is chasing closest, and Small Change Jeep switches to the outside, but is now losing ground on God Given, who approaches a final furlong. God Given hugs the rail. Small Change Jeep is starting to put some momentum together now. Small Change Jeep just kept grinding away at this leader. Here comes Small Change Jeep. God Given trying to hold on. God Given, Small Change Jeep, these 2 down to the line. It's a photo. God Given trying to hold off the oncoming charge of Small Change Jeep. Finishing third was Carlin Contention in 1 minute 37 and 4.
Tight photo finish. I think the one God Given held on inside from the relentless charge of Small Change Jeep, who kind of just kept grinding. So white blinkers is the one on the inside.
He held on.
Just held on there. They're setting a fast pace. Look at the size disparity on the 2 of them, too.
The one is a big horse. And, you know, I was saying, you were watching the race and we're saying, either we went to 46.5, he's going to just completely fall apart. He's going to bury these horses. It felt like the 2 was going to make a run on him top of the stretch. Then it looked like Chris said it, and I agree with Chris. He looked like he was completely getting away from. And then all of a sudden, got the 16th ball. I'm like, oh, she's done. And he just managed to hold up. I think Small Change Jeep did a little bit of hanging in the late stages, as it was just a 2-horse race with 2-horse affair for these 2.
There's another good depiction of the size difference between the one God Given and the 2
posted.
Small Change Jeep. And yes, 1, 2, 7, 5. God Given just holding on the inside at 2 to 1. Prices and more when we come back on America State the Races.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all She Feels Pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Welcome back to America's Day at the races. God Given heading into the winner's circle. Flavien Prat in the saddle, just holding on in the stretch there.
Looked like he was in deep trouble with about less than 100 yards to go, but he managed to hold on as number 2 could not get by him in this race, with Jimmy Ryerson finishing second and third, but God Given and Flavien hold on. 6:38. There you go.
I like it. Flavien Prat winning at race 2. He's standing by with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And Flavien, God Given, you were freewheeling on the lead, letting him use that big stride, a lot of size and scope to him, but it got desperate late.
Yeah, I was screaming for the way to come, but no, I was the one hole. He jumped okay, and I was able to get him, running and use his big and long stride, and he get the job done.
What's the feeling like for the people at home? Your horse is getting late. You're aware of a horse coming with a challenge. You want to ride him hard, but you can't override him too. You did a really good job holding him together.
Yeah, honestly, I thought, he got tired late, but I thought he was, it just, when he felt that horse, he gave me everything he had, and so it was good.
Now, Flavien, last year, Eclipse Award champion, you came east basically looking for that. It's tough to get to the top. How hard is it now to stay at the top?
Honestly, it's even harder. It's great to accomplish something like this, and it's a great feeling, and it kind of validate and feel like you belong. But it's even harder to stay on top. Obviously, there's great riders all around the country, and so you gotta be on top of your game and try to be as consistent as possible. Yeah.
Well, you're ultra consistent. Congratulations here. Guys, tough to get to the mountaintop, even tougher to stay there.
Flavien Prat, one of the best to do it, that's for sure. Richie, thank you. And holding off on board God Given, holding off Small Change Jeep there in the stretch. And as far as potentially winning another jockey's title in the Eclipse Award, between him and Irad Ortiz, they've certainly put on some big shows throughout this year. Really does appear that it's really going to come down to what happens in the Breeders' Cup.
I agree with you. I think it will, too. I think Junior will get a little support because of sovereignty, but overall, he doesn't have numbers that even stack up with them. But I think he's obviously ridden very well. But, Flavien and Irad are just having superb years, as is Jose Ortiz.
Yep. We're very lucky to be able to watch all of those top riders on a daily basis. As we take a look at what's coming up in race 3, Flavien will be aboard the number 3 Lavender Disaster. Big question, can she handle the dirt? She's currently the favorite right now, doing something for the first time.
She's a horrendous favorite in this race. She's actually 8-5, not 2-1 right now in this race. I'm going to take a look at some doubles or some will pays and see. She is a heavy favorite in the pick 3, and she's a favorite over the Roswell in the doubles. I don't understand how you bet this horse at the favorite in here. She's not particularly bred for dirt, and in my opinion, she's going to have to be better on the dirt than she is in the turf. So if she wins here, it's because Chad Brown got it completely wrong. Now I understand why he's running her on the turf. She's got a pedigree that says turf. Her dam was a very nice turf horse, won the pucker up. I just think Lavender Disaster is massively overbetting here and is a bet against.
Perhaps standing in her way is the number 5, Roswell, who is a horse that did win last time out for trainer Bill Mott and Junior Alvarado. And the names Mott and Alvarado have certainly become synonymous, especially here on the New York circuit. And of course, their success on the biggest stages with a horse like Sovereignty. And it all goes back to that great relationship that they have and the trust between trainer and jockey.
When I was growing up in Venezuela, the only race we were able to watch was the Kentucky Derby. My dream just to ride in the Derby.
I saw Junior riding in Chicago, and what we were looking for was a young rider with a lot of potential, and he fit the bill.
Junior sort of became the stable rider. We run a lot of horses, and we can't always get the leading rider or the Eclipse Award winner for every horse we have, so it's nice to have a good, solid rider and somebody that you can work with.
I've been working for him for over 13 years. I've never worked for a jockey that has been more professional than he has.
When I first walked to Mr. Mott Barn, I was just coming from Arlington, and this Hall of Famer with, those nice horses. I couldn't really process at that time that I was going to be able actually to get through it and be the main jockey.
Olympiad gets the gold.
The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
Just FYI in Junior Alvarado.
Cody's wish, and this beautiful racing story continues.
They're off in the Kentucky Derby.
Well, I was watching from the box with Bill Mott, and we were so confident in this horse that we were relaxed. It's hard to believe, but it's true.
He sits with me, win, lose, or draw. It doesn't seem to make any difference.
He was the ultimate. I mean, I've won 3 derbies, but this one had so much more meaning because I did it for Bill Mott.
Just to being able to celebrate with the team that I've been working for the past 13 years, you know, I don't think it gets better than that. You know, it was meant to be it, and it's almost more like a family.
When it comes to winning a Triple Crown race, a Belmont, or whatever it is, I think we're going to be happy and jubilant no matter who we win it with. But it does make it a little special if it continues on with the team that you started out with. You want to stay with the girl that you brought to the dance.
So many big wins for Junior Alvarado and Bill Mott. Of course, I think the run that they've been on this year with Sovereignty is something really special. And for Junior in particular, it feels like the support at a time where maybe he didn't have a ton of it from a lot of other barns, but the support that was given to him by Bill Mott to be able to stay on and to ride those big horses really changed the trajectory of his career.
Yeah, I mean, Bill has a very strong relationship with Mike Solito, Junior's agent. But at the end of the day, if a jockey's not riding well, at some point, the friendship doesn't matter. And there was a few years ago where Junior just wasn't riding well. And I firmly believe that Junior's been one of the better riders in New York in the game for the last 10 years. But he just was in a funk, and he was riding lousy. I mean, it happens to the best of them. But Bill stuck with him, and he was frustrated. But he stuck with him, and now I think Junior's riding at the absolute top of his game.
You can just see the confidence on display from him as well.
He's an excellent rider. I've sometimes found it frustrating because it just sort of felt like sometimes he wasn't riding to his abilities for whatever reason. It's hard to know why. Sometimes there are issues. You know, sometimes weight's an issue. Sometimes there are nagging injuries that get in the way that you can't really see unless you're intimately involved in the situation, because he's obviously an extraordinarily talented rider. He's a very strong rider.
Yeah.
But, man, is he riding well now.
Certainly is, and he will be aboard Roswell coming up in this third race, as Roswell will see if she can make it 2 in a row. But as far as Junior Alvarado and Bill Mott are concerned, we touched on Sovereignty and him kind of being the favorite, the big name going into the Breeders' Cup Classic. Whereas this past weekend, we got a chance to see Baeza pick up that Grade 1 win. Does that kind of flatter what we've seen from Sovereignty in his last efforts?
Do we need to have something to flatter him?
I don't think he needs anything else to be flattered.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yes, it does flatter Sovereignty as well as he ran. Having said that, I think Sovereignty showed what he's capable of when he ran the Travers. And, you know, he ran a race that puts him sort of in the same category as like Bernardini and Point Given, a little slower than Arrogate, but Arrogate's Travers is one of the most
dazzling,
sizzling improvements you'll ever see.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly. I mean, I remember watching that race with my jaw dropping. Yeah. So Sovereignty's very, very good. You know, I think he's being a little bit overrated by some people, but that's just a difference of opinion. But he is absolutely the horse to beat. And Baeza just further confirms something that we all know, how good he is. And listen, I mean, arguably he's given Sovereignty as big a tussle as anybody has, starting with the Triple Crown races.
Let me ask you this, because I am curious your take on it, just as a topic of conversation. Obviously, we have no say in what races are graded, but do you think the Jim Dandy should be a Grade 1?
No, but I also don't think the Pennsylvania Derby should be a Grade 1. I don't think Prep should be a Grade 1. It's a Prep for the Travers. Yep. It was a Grade 1 very briefly. Richie almost won it with Free of Love when Scorpion somehow ran him down after falling back. No, and I don't think the Pennsylvania Derby should be a Grade 1. I have no argument with the concept that the field justify the Grade 1. The problem is that the Grade 1s are supposed to be to make stallions, and the Pennsylvania Derby is not creating stallions. Saudi Crown is still running. Horses need to win other races to become stallions than that. I don't think Baeza becomes a stallion because he won the Pennsylvania Derby. I think his second, the Jim Dandy, frankly, enhanced him even more, and his third in the Kentucky Derby, and his third in the Belmont Stakes. So I don't think if a race, and I understand from the standpoint of the talent that seems to run in the Pennsylvania Derby, as, you know, it has a deserving, relatively speaking, but I think that the Grade 1s horses for 3-year-old restricted races, other than a race like the Malibu, which has real historical significance and gets a good field every year, I think they should end after the summer in Saratoga.
Well, just a fun conversation topic as well as we bring Richie in to this conversation. Richie, as, sorry, I never know which camera to look at. As Richie, I wanted to bring you in here. I'll start looking off of the corner. Richie, what were your thoughts as far as Vallejo's Sovereignty, the 3-year-old picture, and how it does kind of fill that out?
Well, I just think it's a tremendous 3-year-old crop. I mean, I feel privileged to be able to witness it, to cover it. You know, at the heart of it, we're fans. So, you know, we fell in love with this game, and good horses have always fueled that energy and that love for it. So I look at Sovereignty. He does something to me. He makes me feel like the kid that I was, falling in love with racing. You know, it's nice that horses can elicit those kind of feelings, emotions, and I'm definitely more emotionally vested. I just think Sovereignty's a special talent. I really hope we get to see him race into his 4-year-old year, deep into his 4-year-old year, and see the best of him. But this year's kind of interesting, right? We've got a really good crop of 4-year-olds and older horses that have come back. We kind of kept together the 3-year-old crop from last year, and now you're adding the new recruits, this really seriously deep 3-year-old crop, to face off with the elders at the Breeders' Cup Classic. I'm just excited about the prospect. I hope everybody gets there healthy and in good order, and we get their A performance, because it'll be something very special if we do. Oh, and also, by the way, thanks for bringing up Free Love, Andy.
What is
You brought up Free Love, the horse that got beat.
I bet him, Richie.
Richie
I thought
loves
we were
when
home.
you bring up defeats.
Well, it wasn't Richie's fault. That was, I felt your pain, Richie, because Scorpion, who beat him with Jerry Bailey was riding him, he was done top of the stretch. He had packed it in, and he came back on to beat him, and it really looked like Richie had home. The favorite in the race, of course, was Congaree, who, one of those horses that just doesn't get the credit he deserves, because he was a brilliant racehorse. I thought his 3rd-place finish at the Breeders' Cup Classic was an incredible performance given the pace. I'll tell you who I think people are falling asleep on a little bit right now, because he's kind of out of sight, out of mind, is Forever Young, who I think is supposed to run the next week or so over in Japan. I think he could be a sleeper coming into that Breeders' Cup Classic that could be another horse with a chance to win.
Ran very well in the Breeders' Cup last year.
Yep.
Nearly won the Kentucky Derby over here as well. Super talented horse for Japan. As we see Lavender Disaster in the paddock for this upcoming 3rd race. We'll talk more about it when we come back. We'll take a quick time out. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
As they say, book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
If you can make it here.
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
You can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.TV today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on this Sunday afternoon as we get ready for race 3 coming up next. We will meet the field as they went by moments ago. Starting off with a long shot, Cali Magic, first off the claim for Brittany Rodriguez.
I always like Cali Magic. I think she's a cool horse. Her recent form, though, is probably not good enough to win here.
Thinkers going on here as well. Next will be the number 2, Maggie's Palace. Did beat Roswell 2-back.
She did in the slop, and she made a huge run there to get it done. Roswell was a little bit unlucky in that race, though.
There's the number 3, Lavender Disaster, dirt debut.
She's about as overbet as a horse could possibly be, being under 2-1 in a race where she actually has to improve, I believe, on a surface she's not necessarily bred for and she's never been on.
Yeah, she meets some nice horses in here.
Massive
Can the
underway.
Big Calhouna get back on track?
I picked her. I thought maybe, you know, she can get her act back together. Maybe Rick's horse will start running better. When she ran so badly last time, Rick's barn was not going well.
Rick Dutcher to win yesterday as well. Here's the number 5, Roswell.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with her is consistency. If she can find consistency in her good races, she can absolutely win here.
Luna Moth won last time. This is a far better field.
Yeah, this is a much, much better field than she ran.
And Golden Degree, speed off the claim.
Taking a little bit of money. She was 5-1 a few seconds ago, and she's 7-2 now. She is the one they have to catch. But, man, stamina is always a big question for her.
Yes, as she does have to stretch out to the 7 furlongs, and that, to me, is a bit of a question. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. 9-5 on Lavender Disaster.
This is a massively misbet race. Am I going to fall out of my chair if Lavender Disaster wins? No, of course not. She could win. She's a total unknown. She was very disappointed in the Lake George last time, where she had an absolutely perfect trip and had no answer that came to stretch. And I think with so much frustration that Chad probably said, I'll try a new surface. And my guess is she's probably training okay over it. But the problem is that she's going to have to be better, I think, as a dirt horse than a turf horse to beat this field. And you really want to take a short price on that proposition? If she was 6-1 and you wanted to bet her, fine. I think she's way overbet.
Let's go down to Richie.
Yeah, and honestly, guys, looking at her from a physical perspective, it just feels like she looks like a turf horse. I mean, she's got those, you know, slacker pasterns, wider, flatter foot that Maggie and Acacia always talk about. I'm seeing a turf horse. Now, listen, I'm never going to question a trainer in these kind of decisions. They live with these horses, right? They're with them every day. So they have insights that we can't possibly have just watching them here in the warm-up or in the paddock. But at a short price, like Andy said, I'll pass. I mean, she's going to have to show me. I wonder if it's because of the connections, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt, the fact that the 2 times she wasn't in stakes company is her 2 wins, albeit on a different surface. And I just wonder if people don't get a little bit dazzled with that in the past performances, the stakes races. I am going to pick the 5, Roswell. I think she gets ample speed to help set up her late run. Agree about her consistency. She looks good, warmed up, really, really focused, really aggressively into the bridle. So I'm just looking for her to come from off the pace with Roswell. And then the 7, Golden Degree, just really well turned out. First time off the claim for Bill Murray, who does really good work, and she's that outside speed. And when I talk about outside posts in these one-turn races, it just allows a horse to get into a good rhythm without any of that outside pressure. And it can change how a horse breathes, how they move. You know, when they're under fire, sometimes they do too much and they don't use themselves efficiently. They scramble more. Outside with natural speed, it's just a great way to let a horse glide into the race. And she also made a great physical impression, guys.
7-2 on Golden Degree, first off the claim for Bill Murray. She has plenty of speed. I worry about 2 things with her, namely the 7 furlongs. Shorter is better for this horse.
She stops way too much.
She does. And then also, I know Bill Murray off the claim, but she was claimed from Linda Rice.
He's better off the claim on turf. The one thing I want to say about the 3 is I don't blame Chad Brown for running here. He's trying to cover his bases. I think it's a smart move to take a shot in here and see if she can run in the dirt. I just think you're out of your mind to be taking a short price on her. I don't have a problem with him running here. I think it's, you know, you want to cover your bases and try something new with a horse that's frankly been a little disappointing at a fairly high level. But I don't think you're supposed to take the 9-5. There's 2 different conversations.
Give us a quick pop on the Big Calhouna, your top pick.
I just thought she had back races that were good enough to win. She's a decent enough price, and I thought any of the 4, 5, or 7 could win. Like you, I have questions about the 7 Stamina, and Roswell is just too much of an in-and-outer for me.
9 to 5 still on Lavender Disaster in her dirt debut. We'll see how she handles it. Chris Griffin standing by for the call. Race 3.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. The Big Calhouna gets the first call. It's got company to the outside from Golden Degree. We'll take back now as here's the leader at the rail, Kali Magic. Ruben Silvera. Kali Magic, they're up by a neck. Out wide of there is Golden Degree. Taken back was the Big Calhouna. Broke with the leaders, but Manny Franco wants to sit back, is now a comfortable third. Just in behind them is Maggie's Palace. Is at the rail in fourth, moving forward. Then Lavender Disaster in fifth. Another 3. Back to Roswell, who's another 3, almost 3.5 in front of the trailer. Luna Moth. 22.76. They're moving right along with less than 4 furlongs to go. A long shot up top in Kali Magic. Here comes Golden Degree, fully in pursuit, and the Big Calhouna is back for more here from third. It's just ranging up in behind the top duo as they're well spread out here into the far turn as Golden Degree now puts a neck in front. Kali Magic, the Big Calhouna is called upon for the effort. Lavender Disaster not making up ground from the back, also trying to run as Roswell, the leader. Golden Degree. Golden Degree is trying to sprint away. The Big Calhouna has looked very comfortable throughout the race, and the Big Calhouna now rolls on by. Kali Magic has emerged back in front down towards the inside. The Big Calhouna is trying to dispatch of Kali Magic, who looked done at the top of the stretch. The Big Calhouna is finding more. The Big Calhouna with the victory. The Big Calhouna wins it over Kali Magic, then Roswell in a photo that was Golden Degree trying to hold off the oncoming Lavender Disaster in 1 minute 22.96 seconds.
The Big Calhouna with the win. Manny Franco in the saddle. Nice pick, Andy.
Thanks. She got an absolutely perfect trip under Manny, right in the garden spot. Felt like I was gin with my 4-7 box here, and just as we talked about, the 7 can't finish. Good effort by Kali Magic, who bounced back.
Yeah.
Rudy's Barn is firing on all cylinders right now. She's always been a neat horse. Got a little bit of a late run from Roswell, but that's Roswell. She just has no consistency whatsoever. And if you took 9 to 5 on Lavender Disaster, you really need to start understanding what a bad bet that was. I'm sorry, but that was just a terrible bet on a horse that should never have been that price. And this horse ends up paying 4 to 1. If you could get past her last race, you could argue she could have been favored.
The Big Calhouna, yeah, absolutely. Disappointed last time at a time when you mentioned the barn was a bit cold. Same thing with Kali Magic. You know, the last couple times, or at least she's off the claim with Rudy Rodriguez now, but recently we've seen his barn be cold. I think both of them starting to kind of heat up, and it's what we talked about with Amelia earlier. For all trainers, it kind of goes in waves. It's very tough to keep consistency at the same level because as horses win and go through their conditions, they often have to face much tougher in their next starts.
Everybody has ebbs and flows. I don't care what you're doing. It's no different in racing. It happens in life, you know? We have good days and bad days. When things are going well, it seems like every decision we make is the good one. Certainly happens to players. In this game, I don't care if you're a rider, you're a trainer, even owners, you know, but bettors too. You know, when you're betting and you're winning, you're making the right choices. You're throwing in that long shot and a small exacta saver, saying you're smart enough to have used Kali Magic, who I'd only bet, I think, 2 straight times. I did not bet her last time, actually. Yeah, no, and Rudy's Barn is going very, very well. Kali Magic. Kali Magic's always a cool horse.
Yeah.
This horse, very generous price on this horse, all because Lavender Disaster was a third of the price that she should have been.
Lavender Disaster off the board as it's 4-1-5-7 2-win day for Manny Franco as he pilots the Big Calhouna to victory. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, and usually well, as the Big Calhouna gets back on track and back to the winner's circle. A horse that had been in good form, as we kind of touched on. She was one that went quickly through her conditions in the barn, and then having to face tougher in that second level allowance. The wheels maybe fell off a little bit, but it was in there, and she had a great ride from Manny Franco today.
She did. She couldn't have fallen into a better trip here to get it done in this race. A nice job. And I think, you may want to pay attention to Rick Dutrow. The people think his career was over. It might not actually be over. And some of those horses that maybe didn't run as well in Saratoga, they're starting to run better here.
The Big Calhouna with the win, trained by Rick Dutrow, who is standing by with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia, and I'm pleased to be here with Rick. Big Calhouna, disappointing last time in Saratoga, but really delivered today.
Yeah, she's been training like a monster, man. We've been so excited. We blew her out this morning, and she just looks so good and comfortable. And the boy that gets on her, Frank, does such a great job on her. And she's not the easiest kind of horse to get along with in the morning, but he's got her in his pocket. I love it.
Rick, you talk about blowing a horse out in the morning. It's a sharp work the morning of a race, which isn't typical anymore. We used to see it, but it's an old school move.
Well, I like doing it when I have the opportunity. She hadn't breezed for like 7 days, and she hasn't run for a while. So I said, well, this is an opportunity to do it. Track's good. It's a nice day. So we went and did it. First day after Rick, I asked him if he wanted to go around. He said, Rick, I'd better back her up and keep her away from the gate. And we did it that way, and she just blew out as good as you want to see a horse, man. I was just so happy. I felt like we won a race when I saw that.
Well, I can feel your happiness coming off you. Now, you prepare a horse, you have them ready. Now you turn the keys to the car over to the jockey. What are you thinking when you're watching the trip she was working out? Because she was always traveling like a winner. You had to be pretty happy then.
We were very happy. We thought the outside horse was going to go to the lead, which would have been beautiful because we always break good, this filly. She always breaks, so she was right there. But we're kind of waiting on that outside horse to go, and we were never expecting the other horse to show up like that with the speed, So still it worked out. Manny gave her an unbelievable ride, just set and wait until the other horse crossed over. And when the other horse crossed over, we kind of had our move where we could make our run. It was beautiful.
It worked out beautiful. Yeah. So, guys, the Big Calhouna gets it done. But I got a new nickname for Rick, the Big Kahuna.
Living up to it, some great insight from Rick Dutrow. A little old school move there, the blowout this morning. And you could see he was just really happy to see her get back on track and get back to the winner's circle today.
No matter how long you've been around the game, there's nothing better than winning.
100%.
And you can see it there with Rick, how happy he is. Nice to get the win, and she said got an absolutely perfect trip, but you got to have the right horse to put herself in that position to get the good trip, and she gets back to those good figures that she was running earlier in the year, and if she can hold that kind of form, she's okay.
Yeah, certainly has some ability. Ran a couple of fast figures, that 90 by her speed figure back in March as well. $10 winner here over a game Cali Magic, who came back at 21-1 with a big second place finish. We go back into the claiming ranks in race 4. Coming up next, 7 furlongs on the main track, $12,500 claiming race for fillies and mares, and it is Killy Start. She's currently a favorite right now. Trying to make it 3 in a row.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this horse's chances. I don't love the barn change. And I'm just a little suspect of her running back to her better races. I get why she's favored. She's just a favorite I want to bet against.
Talk more about this 4th race in a moment. We'll take a quick time out. Here on America's Day at the Races, race 4 still to come. We'll also continue our recap of what took place over at Parx. In addition to the Pennsylvania Derby, it was a real thriller in the Cotillion with an upset and a new face on the 3-year-old filly division with Clico getting that grade 1.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Kilwin, Ice Cream U-Screen, AG Bullet, and Fian, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York Sires Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Sun Provocateur. And top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, located in the most racing-rich region of the country. This sale offers a diverse catalog of yearlings from some of America's most lucrative state-bred programs, with leading national and regional sires represented. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Crazy Mason, Nisi Marie, Our Shot, and Post Time, a strong source of stakes-winning talent. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, Tuesday, September 30th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Thanks for sticking with us. As promised before the break, we also saw yesterday over at Parks in the Grade 1 Cotillion, and it was a race that seemed like it was kind of the big three going in with the likes of Scottish Lassie, Good Cheer, and Lucara, Grade 1 winners. But it was a bit of a new face, still lightly raced in Clicquot for Brendan Walsh, now making it 4 in a row and picking up a big effort there.
No, she's a horse that's improving for Brendan with a nice effort, and obviously a big win for her, getting the Grade 1 win. Dry Powder finished second, also been improving. She ran very well in finishing second. Scottish Lassie, she was extremely disappointing. She got a very good trip in here. Somebody's saying, oh, I thought Joelle was too far back. She got there mid-stretch and got absolutely out-finished in this race. She did not particularly well. Maybe she ran like a horse that probably had a little bit of rust after being off for a while, but they did it by design, supposedly. Clicquot ran extremely well. Good Cheer can't outrun at all anymore. She never really improved, which was always the knock going to the Oaks. She did get the Oaks done, but since then, she's been decidedly mediocre despite a second in the Alabama. I doubt we'll see her going forward. Who knows what's going to happen with Scottish Monk. She's got to bounce back. She has, what's that? Lassie, I'm sorry. Scottish Monk was a horse that I think Richie probably rode for Cedar Valley Stable years ago. Butch Lanzini trained. I'm getting old. You know, Clicquot is okay, but what really I think the Cotillion showed is this division is somewhat in shambles in the sense that there's some nice horses. There's nobody that's able to establish themselves. There's certainly no Torpedo Annas, to say the least. Yeah. But even the horses that were running behind Torpedo Anna, if it wasn't for Torpedo Anna just sort of breaking all their hearts, I think a lot of the horses last year were better this crop. It's a nice crop, but so far nobody is showing the ability to sustain the year, move forward, and show that consistency.
Yeah, no real star thus far in the 3-year-old filly division. As we welcome in for the first time today, Maggie Wolfendale here with us. Maggie, you were at Parks yesterday. What were your thoughts on the way that this Cotillion shaped up?
Yeah, I totally agree with the fact that this division this year has certainly lacked some consistency. But I will say that Clicquot does present herself as a filly with a future. She is obviously nicely bred. And they've had high hopes for her from the beginning. She was favored at even money in her debut, finishing behind Indy Bay, Mazayat as well, who we'll actually see on this card. But she's taken some while to develop, which when you look at her, you can see that that could very well be the case. She's a big, lanky type of filly that also has her wits about her. She's very classy acting, very elegant in her demeanor and the way that she's put together. And Brendan, typical of him, is a trainer that likes to kind of more slowly develop his horses. So they had high hopes for her going in, and she bore that out. I thought some decent runner-up efforts from Dry Powder, who hung in there gamely, attending the pace, and just really battled back against Clicquot, and even the local horse, where the Catherine Sophia actually bearing out to have some significant results when it came to the Cotillion yesterday. And I'm trying to think of that horse's name. Acacia, I'll come up with it here in a second. Our Daydream Girl. Could not think of her to save my life. But yes, Clicquot, I'm excited to see what she does, considering that was her first race back in a couple months.
Yeah, Maggie, thank you. As the horses that ran 1-2 in that Catherine Sophia made actually a good account of themselves. Maggie mentioned the local horse, Our Daydreaming Girl, but I thought Dry Powder in particular ran very well considering how that pace played out.
She had run extremely well in the Wilton when she was very unlucky to lose, being involved in that wicked pace with a horse who's going to be tough to beat in today's 7th race. And she ran well, winning the Catherine Sophia, and she ran extremely well, arguably ran the best race of anybody yesterday. The problem is, you could talk about that race and talk about who ran well, and I like Cliquot, and I'm glad to see Brendan with a nice horse. But it's a 92 buyer. The race is a Grade 1. These are not top Grade 1 type horses. And I know Scottish Lassie ran that huge race in CCA Oaks. She ran a huge race as a 2-year-old in the Frizette. But the rest of her PPs are littered with okay efforts. She has not been able to find any consistency. And I think that's sort of underappreciated when you talk about a horse like Torpedo Anna last year, the incredible consistency she had. She even won when she didn't run her best race. And we're just not seeing that from these 3-year-olds. And I mean, listen, Torpedo Anna is a fairly substantial horse to hold them up to, but they're just not, they're okay. But there's nobody that's setting themselves forward and saying, I'm the champ here. And Lucara, after a race yesterday, I have to think she's probably done for the year. She was bad yesterday.
Very disappointing effort from her. Yeah, we'll see how it does play out moving into that Breeders' Cup Distaff, as they will have to face older horses like Torpedo Anna waiting in the wings there. Back to today, race 4 coming up next. Here in New York, again, 7 furlongs on the main track in this claiming race. And there's a look at Killy Start, who, this is a horse who is first off the claim for Jose D'Angelo. She won her last couple. Now, it is tough because the claim was voided 2 starts back. I was in the paddock there. I thought she was moving fine in that race, and then had some trepidation in her next start, and she was moving well before then too, and the claim did go through. She might have some issues. She might not be the easiest horse, but she's also one that has won her last 2 and will have to sustain that.
I agree. The voided claim rule is a very good rule in and of itself, but it needs to be tweaked. There are too many horses winning, getting claims voided that come back to win. It shouldn't be like that, and I think it's just something that needs to be some improvement to it. And she ran well last time. I'm not going to deny it. Horses, Steve Schauer just started training on his own. He's had a lot of success this year. Off the claim, improving horses. Horses claim from him, small sample size, they're 0 for 4. One of them ran second at 7-2, but he's got a 5th at a short price. He's got a 5th and a 6th. He's had 2 5ths and a 6th. The horses that have been claimed from him are not running back to the kind of races they were running for Steve Schauer, and that worries me. And Jose D'Angelo is a very successful winning trainer, winning at almost 20% with a lot of starters, but he doesn't have those kind of start results in New York, especially his claims have not done as well. I have some questions on how reliable this horse is.
Yeah, and she's also a horse that won 2 in a row after going a long time not seeing the winner's circle as well. She's 3-2 right now. To her outside, the number 9, Marsal, another new claim. She's kind of the opposite. She's been in terrible form recently, unfortunately. She has fast races. It's the big question can she get back to those?
If you bet on Marsal in here, you just kind of have to close your eyes and hope. And I don't think 4-1 is a juicy price to take, but she is a horse that has some efforts that make her the horse to beat. Linda claimed this horse last time with Aaron Yagoda, Marequest, and she was just atrocious. And it follows up on sort of 2 bad races and a mediocre race. She came back. She got a very good trip when she went off the layoff. She ran a big figure, but she has been nowhere close. Having said that, she's run against some better horses at times, but last time, a disaster. I'm going to use her defensively because I want to bet against the 8. But it's hard. It's just, doesn't she feel like an either-or? Either she's nowhere or she's competitive.
Yeah, agreed. As she was disappointing, dropping down to this level last time out as well. So we'll see if either of them can get back on track. And really for Marsal, can she turn things around as we see horses starting to make their way out? There is Book of Wisdom. Speaking of Rudy Rodriguez, just finished second at a big price in the last race. And Flavia Brett stays aboard this one.
Yeah, she's just a little on the slow side. She'd have to improve here. I like the 3, Maggie T. I'm hoping she can get the lead. We'll see how much pressure she takes from the 5, Speak Softly. She's able to control Maggie T. I think she can wire the field. I liked her last effort. Thought those were pretty good horses. Another horse who's coming back here off a voided claim.
We'll meet the field. It looks like the 2 will kick things out. Flo.
She just looks like her best races are just a little slow, and she's a horse that was in Sandy Goldfarb had with Brad Cox and has not kept her form since the claim.
There's Maggie T.
Hoping she can try to wire the field.
Has some speed. There's a long shot, Ghostly Girl.
Yeah, her recent form just not fast enough. Even her best races are just not good enough to win here.
Speak Softly coming back in just 7 days.
Actually ran pretty well, involved in a very fast pace, going a mile last time, and she finished her together with the other speed. Not impossible.
Book of Wisdom, Flavian Pratt.
And listen, I respect Flavia and Rudy's going well, but she's not that good.
Number 7, April Antics, blinkers coming off.
I didn't think she was the most ridiculous horse at a price in this race to get at least a piece of the action.
There's Killy Start, your favorite.
Yeah, listen, she's run well in her last couple starts. I'm just don't think she's reliable to run back to those races in the new barn.
Marcel, first off the claim.
As we talked about with her, she's going to have to refine that good form because her recent form is a disaster.
And Miss Lau bringing up the rear, trying to get back on track.
Yeah, you know, Miss Lau actually ran okay last time, and if you trust her last race, she's a contender, but she's the first time she ran well since she was claimed away from Dennis Laumann. Tough guy to claim from. That includes with Brad Cox.
Yeah, we thought we missed the 7 in April Antics, and there is no rider. She's still back there in the paddock, so not quite sure what is taking place there, if we are just waiting on her rider or...
Where's Louis Rivera?
I don't know, but she's all saddled up, which is a good sign. It looks like there he is coming out now. Can we go to Maggie? Is she ready? No?
Yeah, it looks as though, Acacia, there's been some issues with the jockeys. With the one in Dylan Davis, Miss Lau, as well as Luis Rivera here with number 7, April Antics. I don't know. Sometimes things get switched and they have to switch things, they have to weigh the colors, blah, blah, blah. All I know is that both of those jockeys were late to the paddock, so no fault of the horses. As number 8 in here, Killy Start, is your favorite. Look, I can't fault her, at least pre-race here, with the way that she looks. She's healthy, her weight, her coat, everything. She's moving well. Those front wraps do stay on. So we'll see what she brings to the table. And the same thing can be said in an opposite sort of way with number 9, Marcel. And Andy and I were talking about this earlier. A lot of times you find that these older mares, sometimes they realize they just don't want to do it anymore, and there's not a real issue. Obviously, there was an issue that kept her away from the track for over a year, from February 24 to March 25, and she came back fresh, she ran well, and then she probably said, well, why am I not going back to the farm? And sometimes they just don't pick up their feet thereafter, and that's exactly what she's done. Now, maybe a change of scenery into Linda Rice's barn will do the trick, but the fact of the matter is that Marcel has looked excellent prior to each and every one of her starts, even against tougher company in those, April, June races. So I don't know what to make of her. I can't fault her here looking at her, but I'm going to side with Linda's other horse, and that is Miss Lau, who, yes, maybe you could be critical of her, that her form, at least in her 2 and 3 starts back, had gone to the wayside, but I thought I saw a little bit of life as she dropped in for the 12.5 last time out on August 29th at Saratoga. She was attending the pace early on. Then when they hit the turn, she couldn't quite keep up. She was wide, while the 1-2 finishers, including Killy Start that day, were able to save the majority of ground. Now, she's never a horse that carries an abundance of weight and conditioning, which isn't necessarily my type of horse, but at least she's consistent. She's always been that way. I like the way she's moving here on the track, and 2, now she draws inside. So we'll see what kind of trip Dylan Davis is able to work out. And then you guys were talking about it earlier, just the life that has been breathed back into Rick Ducho's barn, but as well as Rudy Rodriguez's barn, getting back here to the Big A. And Book of Wisdom, I know she looks a bit slower if you look at numbers collectively, but 2 back, she was able to get through that non-3 life condition. And then last time, again, another horse that against the flow of that April 29th race where she was chasing outside. And she's one that earlier on in her career never carried much weight, and now she has really filled out. It's one of the best times I've ever seen Book of Wisdom appear prior to a start, and it just feels like maybe at a price. You ride the good mojo that the barn is experiencing here in the early stages of this Aqueduct meet. Guys?
Yeah, batting just under 30%, Rudy Rodriguez right now. Maggie, thank you. I'm sure rewarding after what was a tough Saratoga. But yes, a little bit of that delay there between the 7 and 1. I'm not sure if this is exactly why, but yesterday I was told that we're a little bit short on valets in the Jocks room this weekend. So sometimes some of the tack was a little bit late coming out. That could be maybe the answer there for a little bit of the delay. But seems we've got all horses, riders, and tack where they should be on track now, which is always a plus. Reminder, you can take home your share of $5,000. Hit the late pick 5 at Belmont at the Big A today and split $5,000. Visit NYRABets.com to opt in today. We have pick 6 kicking off here. You had carryovers in the pick 6 the last couple of days.
We've got a horse in this race that is getting bet like the race is already over. And like Mersal should just be waiting in the winner's circle. Because for her to be 2-1, claimed at this level last time, off of the races she's been running recently, is actually mind-boggling.
Yeah.
Now, she may win, and the way she's getting bet, she better win. Because clearly there is some sort of word that she's going to show up today. I have no trust. Maggie made a very interesting point when she said she looks good, she always looks good.
She always does.
And that's the thing about horses that don't really want to race anymore. They can train well, they can look great, and they just don't really have an interest in racing. Now, I am really curious to see what she does, because if she were 6-1 in here, say, well, you know, she's going to take money, she's back races, claimed by Linda, blah, 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 blah. The way she's getting bet, she's supposed to win. I am betting on the 3, though. Maggie T.
2-1 on Marsalis. We welcome in Jonathan Kinchin with us. JK, as we kick off the pick 6 here, and you have a short price favorite. How did you see this race playing out?
Yeah, I like the 8. I mean, I think I agree with Andy. Well, I don't think I do agree with Andy, which is not always the case. But I'll say this about Andy's opinion about the voided claim rule. It's the best rule to have in place, but it leads to a lot of confusion. And when you're trying to make assumptions and decisions off of information you only have 25% of, it can sometimes be misleading. I will say this, that Killy's Start I liked last time off of the voided claim. I think it's a clever way to play the camp claiming game. If you have a void get claimed, then run them for a little bit less. People might be scared off, and there's always the opportunity they might get voided again, and you get to keep the horse off of a win. Unfortunately, Steve Schauer wasn't able to. Jose D'Angelo got the horse. I didn't think the performances for Steve Schauer were out of the ordinary for what this horse had run previously. I think Killy's Start gets another win, gets claimed again. Jose D'Angelo gets a win, gets some purse money, and go on to another one.
8-5 on Killy's Start. We'll see if she can make it 3 in a row. We load in for race 4. Here's Chris Griffin.
Mersal goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed here from Maggie T. And the orange cap is right out towards the front. Has got forward momentum there. With Ghostly Girl in the early mixes in between horses. Outside of them, Speak Softly is in that early mixes now. It's Ghostly Girl who's taken back. So now 3 across the track. Is it the inside Maggie T? To the outside of that rival, Speak Softly. Mersal is up on the far outside. That's the leading trio just off of them in 4th. There's Ghostly Girl, who's towards the inside of a moving forward. Killy's Start is challenging him for that 4th spot. Back there in 6 is Miss Lau. Then far, far back here to the 3 trailers. That's Floge with April Antics and Book of Wisdom. 22.47 for the opening quarter mile. Still 3 across the track. To the inside, it's Maggie T, who's hustled along. Mersal can wait no more. Killy's Start is following that move. Is going to be wide, but is coming after the leaders now. 45.51 for a half-mile time. Nobody go for Ghostly Girl. Is bottled up in behind horses. They reach the top of the stretch, and Mersal continues to just glide along. Now kicks away. Killy's Start is in full pursuit right after this top one, and these are the top 2 right now as they are approaching a final furlong. Also, here comes Miss Lau and Dylan Davis making up a late move. Down at the rail there comes Book of Wisdom, but the leader is Killy's Start, who's trying to edge away here. Mersal is still there. Floge is down towards the inside and coming, but running out of time. Killy's Start, Manny Franco, he's on fire. Killy's Start will win it. Mersal, late rally there from Floge. Finishing fourth was Book of Wisdom, 1:24.23.
Killy Start makes it 3 in a row, and that's 3 out of the first 4 races for Manny Franco. On fire indeed. Got a good trip, but she was best in here.
She got a good trip. I think the Mersal was best, personally. When you consider how fast that pace was. I mean, taking nothing away from the winner. She puts herself in position to get it done. It doesn't seem to matter what barn she is. She seems to deliver, and that's to her credit. The horses that the 9 was dueling outside of were eased and second to last. That pace, 22:47, 45:51, that's like 43 and change for good horses. They were flying, and this horse got the perfect trip. They were right to bet Mersal. She ran today. She just unfortunately was a little too forward for her own good in this race. And listen, Killy Starts found that consistency, but I think Mersal showed up. Now, whether or not she shows up next time, I don't know. But she ran, and she was a little unlucky to lose this race. The pace was awfully hot.
8-9-2-6, 62-1 late rally from Floge, who did get the pace to run at. That certainly helped her. But how about Manny Franco? 3 out of the first 4 races.
Yeah, well, he's on the right horses, and he's riding them the right way, and it's nice to see. I think Manny's a terrific rider, and people, at times I hear people criticize him. I don't get it. I think he's terrific.
Manny picking up another one, 8-5 on Killy Start, who makes it 3 in a row, and Mersal went off at 2-1, and she ran today, at least finding some of that back form. Once again, another victory for Manny, as after this will be on the turf. Fun race coming up next in the 5th as well after this. Turf maiden special.
Yeah, no, I agree. I thought the next race was a very interesting race.
Yeah.
There's two legit horses here. Maggie and I are both going to try to get the number 2 Big Magic home, but I think
Very
both the 1 and
intriguing.
5. And you've got Uni's first foal from Uni to make it the racetrack.
A lot to look forward to coming up next in the 5th. But first, we owe you some prices. We'll have prices, reactions, and more when we come back. It was 8-9-2-6. Killy Start making it 3 wins in a row, this time for trainer Jose D'Angelo. All that and more coming up after this.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrogate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrogate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports, and we are proud to be brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.com today. As we saw Killy start, she was resolute to get the win here and give Manny Franco his 3rd win of the day. We're only 4 races in. I mean, you're dominating.
I mean, thanks God, so far so good.
Yeah, that's very true. Now, she's one that it felt like it did take you a while to get her going, but the pace was fast up front.
Yeah, the pace helped me you know, a lot because in the top of the stretch, the runner-up, the 9 horse came back a little bit to me, so I was able to pass him. But my feeling was coming into a race in a good form. I was confident on her, so I'm glad she got it done for the New Connection.
Yeah, and 3rd win in a row for her. But in the next race, a maiden special weight on the turf, you are on one of the speed horses. I know it wasn't the ideal setup last time with Pintal Dandy. She was pressured the whole way. Can she rate, or is the plan just to go from the rail?
No, she definitely can rate, but we got to play the break, I guess, and take the rate from there.
You and agent John Panigot, I feel like, obviously you are so consistent as a rider, but I feel like you guys really make a good team. Can you talk about that relationship, that working relationship?
Yeah, I think, you know, John is doing a hell of a job with me, and we get along really well together. We have a lot of communication. I think that's helped me and helped him doing his work, his job, and he's the best. He's the man behind the scene.
He's a man behind many scenes. I will say that. He does an excellent job. So do you. You deliver. Congratulations.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Manny Franco, 3rd win of the day occasion. He's just getting started, basically.
Yeah, not done yet. What an afternoon it's already been for Manny Franco. Maggie, $5.30 winner here in race 4 with Killy Start getting the win. And him and his agent, John Panigot, as Maggie was touching on, just doing a tremendous job. And I think kind of quietly being one of the most consistent riders on the circuit, too.
Manny's got 4 really live horses coming up, too. And Manny and John are a very good team together. Talking to John a little about it, he says, you know, working with Manny's such a pleasure. You know, he just tells them what they're riding, and Manny's always easy about it and stuff. And Manny's such an easy guy to get along with because he is a super guy. So I just like to see them do well together as well with John, and it's really helped turn things around for them.
And he could pick up his 4th win coming up in this 5th race series. He's on the current favorite, 3-1 on Pintal Dandy, who Maggie was just talking about. Did get pressured last time and ran exceptionally well. 3rd place finisher, American debutante, came back with a 3rd place finish on Friday, going longer.
Yeah. You know, Pintal Dandy, I know that I really like Rob Falcone. He is quite the whiner because he put on quite a display of whining last time when this horse ran on Twitter. That how dare somebody run with him early? Because, you know, around here, when you go to the front, nobody's supposed to run with you. I thought that was pretty funny, but it was a tough beat. She did run well. I can understand why I was frustrated.
Absolutely. I know that she has been a little bit frustrating, as she has been right there in her 2 races up at Saratoga after coming back here in 2025. We'll see if she can find the winner's circle today. But first, we'll take a look at what's coming up next week. Absolutely stacked stake schedule as far as next week is concerned, particularly on Saturday, where Godolphin is sending a pretty strong 1-2 punch of Rebels Romance and El Cordobas for the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic.
Yeah, I haven't appreciated Rebels Romance as much as I probably should have. I don't know that he's been being the best of Breeders' Cup fields, but when you win a couple of Breeders' Cup turfs, as well as some of the other quality races in Europe he's been running in, he's a very good one. And
He's just been consistent for so long.
He's held this form for a long time, and he's going to be very, very hard to beat. He was a little luckier. The 2nd horse didn't get the best of trips in this Breeders' Cup, but he still ran very well. And listen, he and El Cordobas really form a very formidable twosome for Godolphin in this race. They're going to be tough to beat in here. Rebels Romance, I have to think, is going to be a pretty short price.
I would certainly think so. He's a gelding, Rebels Romance, so I think in large part why we've seen him coming around the world and running for as long as he has, but 19 for 28 and coming in off of, coming in off yet another Group 1.
Yeah, he's going to be extremely tough to beat. I mean, listen, the other horse, El Cordobas, is really coming around. A horse who's improving, and maybe he has some room to move forward and could be the upsetter. The other horses near, whether it's Farbridge, redistricting, other horses, they're going to have to run the best races they've run to beat both of these horses.
And El Cordobés, who we saw win this Grade 1 Sword Dancer last time out, an exceptional ride by Flavien Prat. That was his U.S. debut. He's also a gelding, so makes sense coming to try and take some of these Grade 1s here in America that they've had success doing. He's kind of the more up-and-coming type, but he showed with this effort last time out that he certainly could do it.
He was very game between horses. Not always easy to rally like that between horses when the others have a full head of steam outside. I thought it was a very nice effort by him. I think got a 103 buyer, and they're just going to be a very formidable duo. As much as I love Farbridge, and I know you do too, he's going to have his work cut out for him.
Oh yeah, I'm thrilled Godolphin's coming with a 1-2 duo.
Right. Well, anybody who's running in here is thrilled, but they're allowed to come, unfortunately. You know, and the other thing with Farbridge, the draw is going to be important. The races are getting drawn a little after 3 today, and we'll find out later, but Farbridge is a horse that needs to get to the rail. And the other problem is the other riders are figuring it out, and they're going to look to make his life difficult. So if he doesn't draw towards the inside, all of Joel's powers, and I think Joel has ridden this horse. I don't think he has. Joel has been instrumental in this horse's success in understanding how to ride him and getting that position, but the going is getting a little bit tougher for a horse who's been extremely good throughout his career from day one on this racetrack.
He's been the gem of consistency, and certainly one that means a lot to the stable too. This is him in his win 2 back in the Bowling Green, where he was dominant and much the best against that field. Did have a tough trip in the Sword Dancer, but he will try to defend his title in the Joe Hirsch as well, race he won last year.
Yeah, listen, if he isn't able to win, it doesn't take away how well he's run in other races. So I'm a big Farbridge fan, but the going is getting tougher in this race. But I hope he draws a decent post so he can run his best race.
Massive weekend coming up with that stake schedule. So much to look forward to. But first we have race 5 coming up, and we have a familiar duo teaming up.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie.
McKenzie in a dominant performance. Chancer McPatrick proves best.
Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie.
What an amazing effort from Scottish Lassie, who's in front by 15 lengths.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
French jockey Flavien Prat has experienced success everywhere he's gone. He had become one of the most prominent riders in California before moving his tack to New York in the spring of 2022.
Flightline is in full flight.
Wet pink surging under Flavien Prat. National treasure. And Flavien Prat.
Well, living in California was definitely not an easy decision. You don't want to be in the comfort zone and kind of, try to challenge yourself and see what could you do somewhere else. So that was my thought process, moving on the East Coast and riding with obviously a great colony of riders and different tracks. At that point, I thought it was the right thing to do.
Stepping out of his comfort zone is not something new for Prat.
I left home when I was 14 to get to the jockey school. I actually tried to leave when I was 13, and the school didn't accept me because I was too young. I think I cried for a whole day. Never been that sad in my life.
In fact, Pratt's first introduction to horse racing wasn't with thoroughbreds.
I grew up in the harness business with my dad, who's a trainer. Now my brother was working with him. Obviously, when you see your dad, working from 5:30 to 1 p.m. and going back to the barn from 3 to 6, you learn what's hard work, and I just think it's an amazing way to live. In France, it can happen where there's a racetrack where half of the card will be harness and half would be thoroughbred. I love to go on the weekend with my dad and see the thoroughbred, and then went a few times to Longchamp with my mom and some friends. So yeah, it's always been in the back of my mind.
Vasilika strolls home in the Royal Heroine.
By 2019, Pratt had grabbed some of the attention of trainers nationwide, enough to get the call from Hall of Famer Bill Mott in America's most prestigious race, setting up the biggest moment of his riding career.
Obviously, we had seen that he was doing very well in California and was a good rider, and we put him on, and it couldn't have worked out better. What a great trip he worked out for him. He was 3 wide around the last turn, but he was able to avoid the contact that some of the other horses had on the inside of him. We actually did not get bothered. We took a slight little bump coming out of the turn, but really nothing that would have affected us one way or another. Then, of course, 24 minutes later, they hung our number up and made us the winner.
Winning the Derby was a strange experience. A lot of mix of emotion because obviously you win the Derby, so it's great, but it's by disqualification. There's always going to be some controversy, and yeah, I didn't cross the line first. And then you have to wait. We had to wait a long time before they decide to put Country House as a winner, so hopefully one day we'll cross the line first.
And Jackie Flavien Prat will be aboard the number 9 here in this upcoming 5th race. First-time starter Blackfin for Chad Brown, the first foal to run, a 3-year-old out of Breeders' Cup Mile winner Uni, multiple Grade 1 winner. There's also a 2-year-old by Frankel on the grounds, but this filly will be the first one out of that Superstar mare to run.
And I love the Kingmans as well, and Chad Brown's had great success with him. I know nothing. I know this horse has a big pedigree. Whether or not this horse is good, I have no idea. You kind of hope the horse can run in this race. It's taking some money.
4-1 right now. Tepid favorite moving over to the 5, Just So Pretty. For more, we'll sit down and get a paddock report from Maggie.
And I totally get why number 5, Just So Pretty, can win here. But for me, looking at them in the paddock, she's never going to be a top selection for me. Now, she does draw better than what she did last time, and I thought she ran well into feed. But for me, the pick of the paddock, and a horse that I was intrigued by just with her work tab and the effort she put in first time out is number 2. That is Big Magic. And Tony tends to name them, accordingly. She's quite big, to be fair, as he also has Big Beautiful, and that she is too. But this is one that I just thought she was a bit green when she made her debut here back in April, and probably just needed to mentally, physically develop a bit more. And she has been training very quickly. On the surface of things, when you first look at her and look at her pedigree, you think, well, maybe she wants a bit more ground. But she comes in here with a slew of fast workouts on the Oklahoma turf track, and furthermore, she's just keen. She is sharp here, but contained. She's a lot more focused, a lot, than in her first start. So she makes an excellent impression on me, as John Velasquez will take over the riding assignment. Number 7 is Mystic Sea for Bill Mott. She was certainly flattered when Ready for Candy came back and took down the Winter Memories yesterday. She did have an ideal trip, but she's still a lighter raced individual. And while she ran her best figure going 1 1/8 miles last time, I actually like the cut back to 1 mile today. She is a bit more stout and compact, so she just has that frame that would lend itself better to 1 mile, in my personal opinion. And she looks phenomenal here by Bill Mott. So maybe she just is what she is, but maybe she was also just running behind a horse that has an extreme amount of talent. Acacia.
Yeah, ready for Candy. Good looking yesterday in the Grade 3 Winter Memories with a stakes win. Maggie, thank you. The field on the track, though, Pintal Dandy to kick it off.
Yeah, we'll see how much speed. There are others that could go, including Fast Market towards the outside. We'll see if she's able to control.
There's Big Magic.
Yeah, I like Big Magic. Maggie and I both like a horse who had a bit of a trip in her debut, and I think will run much better second time.
Big price on Marital Trust stretching out.
Yeah, I mean, she's just done nothing to show she wants distance. We'll see.
Big price on Pay the Bills, who's stepping up.
Yeah, she's just not good enough to compete in here.
Facing Maiden 50 last time out. Here's Just So Pretty. She's run well, but boy, she's had had her chances.
She has had her chances, but she has run well in races. It just seems like she finds somebody to beat her, but she is one of the ones to beat, if not the one to beat.
Private Property off a big layoff.
Coming off a long layoff, getting Ricardo Santana. We'll see. She's going to have to improve, but her last race not that bad off before the layoff.
Mystic Sea, slight turn back in distance for her.
Well, she's Andy off if you want to bet Andy off. I thought she was very disappointing last time.
There's Fast Market, stretch out for her.
John Terranova won for 37, stretching out on turf over the last 5 years, but she has some ability and probably should have won 2 back.
The daughter of Uni, first-time starter Blackfin.
Great pedigree, not taking a ton of money, but she's certainly dangerous with that pedigree for those connections.
And Time Stone to the outside.
Listen, her last race wasn't that bad. The problem is that she's drawn outside, and it just seems like there are other faster horses, but she's not impossible.
That's the field. Want to remind everybody you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world, and you could start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. That's a look at Fast Market. The last time that she stretched out, she did show a lot more speed, but they're taking the blinkers off today for the stretch out, I would imagine, to get her to settle a little bit more.
Right, but if you're trying to stretch her out and be successful, if you rate her, you'll probably go from some chance to no chance. And she is a horse that ran very well 2 back, and then last time out never really got into rhythm there with a bit of a wide trip, and I think the rail was the place to be. So she's kind of an interesting horse. I just don't trust her at the distance. At that price, though, I could throw her in. The problem is she needs to be forward here, and if Dylan isn't aggressive, I'll be shocked if she's even remotely effective.
She's a price right now at 15-1. See what she can do stretching out in distance. As far as the first-time starter Blackfin with that pedigree, 9-2. It's a pretty wide open board. Do you feel like that's a touch cold for a Chad Brown Firster?
Yes. With that pedigree, yes. I think that's a very valid question and a very valid point. You would think they would get better, but sometimes it's hard with turf horses, distance horses, you know. I remember a few years ago, Chad a horse, Princess something, that was a half to Lady Eli, making her debut. And she was running at Belmont. I don't think she was a full. I think she was a half. Probably a better turf stallion because Divine Park, sire of Lady Eli. And I asked Chad about her, and he said, you know, she doesn't remind me in any way of Lady Eli. She's just sort of a one-pace type horse. I don't think she's bad. I just don't know. You know, if you think she's going to be Lady Eli, she's not. She ends up winning for fun and paying $14. And even Chad was a little bit surprised. You know, he's not shocked she won, but he didn't think she'd run as well as she did. And I think she went to California, was second, one of those stakes at Del Mar late in the year. But they can fool you. So I mean, that kind of pedigree, you want to bet her better, but she's not getting bet like they love her.
9-2 on that first-time starter. For more as horses warm up, let's check in with Maggie.
Yeah, taking a look at some horses who are stretching out here to this mile from the 5.5 up at the Spa, including, well, they're 2 long shots, to be fair, and one of them is number 8, Fast Market, whom I tried getting back to the turf back on July 20th, in which she ran okay that day, finishing second, but albeit well beaten. And then her last race, not much to write home about, but it was over a course that had some give in it. So now she's back on a very firm turf course. She looks fantastic. And 2, look at the last time she went long on the turf. It was in the Grade 2 Appalachian behind Nitrogen and Fionn. So, okay, they're pretty talented. She's not meeting any of those types here today. And furthermore, her maiden special weight effort at Gulfstream before that was pretty good too. Now she figures to be forward in here. Obviously, there's some other speed horses, but she warmed up fantastic. And 2, she is built more like a distance type. Obviously, she doesn't want to go too far, but I think a mile well within her wheelhouse. And an absolute bomb is number 3, Marital Trust, whom I thought looked fantastic coming in off the bench. She didn't run that well, but she was involved in a fairly quick quick pace in that fast market race back on July 20th. And last time catching the course that had the Given It. She is beautiful. I mean, she is so well put together. There has to be some sort of talent in there. And because she has that size, I actually think she should be okay stretching out. We'll see what she does here. I just wish at some point in her young career so far, she'd run to the way that she appears. Now, that first-time starter with the lovely pedigree is number 9, Blackfin in here, daughter of Kingman. And look, he's very good with his first-time starters, especially the older ones, 28%. She's bred to handle this condition incredibly well. I just don't love the way she looks. Granted, I never loved Uni until later on in her career. So I don't know if she's necessarily one that we're going to see the best of here at first asking. She just looks a bit weak behind, looks as though there's some development to be had. She's incredibly professional. JK, as we bring you in here, but I'm just not sold on her here first time out. What were your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, Andy kind of laid it out earlier, you know, with this pedigree, with who Uni was, with who her father is, and Kingman. Like, this horse is, if this horse was 4 to 5, no one would be shocked, right? But the fact that she's 9 to 1 says that she probably hasn't really done a lot of impressing in the morning. There's probably still some development to be done here. That's why I land on the 1, Bint Al Dandi. I've been chasing this horse since after Kentucky Downs. I bet that July 4th weekend, where I was actually a little bit disappointed in the way that Bint Al Dandi ran. And then she comes back and loses the Cliffs, where she just gets hooked all the way around there and ran so well in defeat. I remember walking away around I was probably trying to go to Shake Shack around the 6th race right after the 5th, and I said, I cannot wait to bet this horse next time. Well, this is next time. Now I'm contractually obligated. I'll take the 4 to 1. I'll take the inside draw with Tactical Speed. Manny winning the last race. I need a nice confident ride, sitting in the pocket comfortably here. Hopefully someone else will go. If they don't, Manny, go to the front, get loose, get comfortable. You won't have to deal with anyone else ding-donging on the front end. Either way, I think Bint Al Dandi gets a great trip in here, and I'm very happy to get 7 to 2 off a horse who had a horrible trip last time, in my opinion.
JK, thank you. The board pretty evenly matched right now. Andy, we haven't talked much about the horse that's currently highlighted as favorite and Just So Pretty. She was stuck with a far outside draw last time, where it took her a little bit of time to kind of be able to drop in and maybe better pressing.
She ran very well last time.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is she's run well in a lot of races, and she keeps finding ways to lose.
Yeah.
I don't have any problem with her being the favorite in this race. I probably think maybe she should be, but she's had a lot of chances. The thing about Bint Al Dandi to me is that she's had very good trips in her races. She hasn't gotten it done. I know she got pushed a little bit last time, but when we start whining over 23-2 and 47-2 on a super firm turf course, it just shows you how we've lost our way with the way paces are. That's not a fast pace. What it is a dawdling pace. And if you're just hoping every speed horse you have gets away with a dawdling pace, that's just kind of crazy. So she can win, but she's had good trips in her races, and I'm going to try Big Magic, though I don't think my 5 to 1 is a bargain on her.
Race 5, maiden special weight on the turf, graduation day for one of these fillies. One more left to load. Chris Griffin standing by.
Limestone to the outside. All set. And they're off. Bint Al Dandi is asked for speed. Big Magic towards the front, and here from the outside, Timestone wants to join that early leader who gets well off the rail. Bint Al Dandi is probably in about the 3 path here, leaving that rail wide open as they approach that first turn. Bint Al Dandi now straightens up, gets close to the rail, and is in front, is up by a full length. Bint Al Dandi with Big Magic, who takes back, is now in the 3rd spot with Timestone. Moving up in the 2 path, is now taken 2nd. Also right there is Just So Pretty. Green Cap is in 4th, tightly at the rail in a snug hold. That's Fast Market, who's in 5th. Also moving forward, Purple Cap is Private Property in the center of the course. Looks like a moderate tempo early as in between horses, Mystic Sea. Towards the back end of the field, Pay the Bills is traveling as a pair with Blackfin, and the trailer, Marital Trust. 23-4 for that opening quarter mile. Bint Al Dandi is in front, is up by 3/4 of a length. Timestone right there engaged to the outside stalking, and 48.72 for a half-mile time. Big Magic at the rail needs some room. Here comes Just So Pretty, and Joel Rosario towards the outside has been a little keen, but now starts to move forward here from fourth. Just behind them, patiently ridden Dylan Davis on Fast Market. Nowhere to go yet. Also moving through. Here comes Mystic Sea. Tightly bunched here as they reach the top of the lane. Bint Al Dandy trying to get away. Bint Al Dandy is trying to run away from the field. Here comes Just So Pretty. Just So Pretty's cut loose, but not making up the ground yet. Here comes Fast Market ready to pounce on the grandstand side. Fast Market has thrust to the front, and Fast Market at 12-1 is running away from the field. Fast Market, impressive. Fast Market wins it. Photo there, Just So Pretty to the outside of Bint Al Dandy, and Big Magic finished fourth. 1 minute 35.43.
Fast Market stretching out in distance, and it seemed with the blinkers off, their intention to get her to settle worked, and she came from off the pace, and that proved to be the right move for her.
I'll be honest, if it hadn't been for the horrible stats stretching out, I probably would have picked her because she had a ridiculous trip last time out, and she'd run extremely well too back when she should have won. I just didn't trust her going long. She absolutely throttled this field. It was a slow pace. She came from nowhere and just destroyed the field. Enough with the one Bint Al Dandy. I mean, she couldn't even hold second here, and they were absolutely walking up front. So, you know, I don't know what excuses she's going to have piling up, but the winner of this race was absolutely best in here. I wish my two could have gotten clear earlier. Maybe she could have been second, but nobody was beating this horse.
Yeah, it seems that the number 2 in Big Magic, she was behind horses.
Yeah.
She ran on a little when she got in the clear, but
Not that
much.
strong. No, not that strong. You
Not
know,
much.
not really. She didn't pass him till after the wire. It didn't matter. This horse
It
was
felt
much the
like
best.
today was finally going to be the day for Just So Pretty.
Yep.
And then she found somebody else to beat her again.
Yeah, and she will again, and so will Bint Al Dandy. These horses, I mean, if Bint Al Dandy can't win with this trip, how is she going to win a race, a competitive race going forward? And by the way, I don't think we saw anything from the number 9 in this race. From looking at her early, showing a little bit of speed, Blackfin, but I don't think she ran at all. If we can pick them up in the stretch.
12-1 shot, stretching back out. Fast Market victorious for the Terra Nova barn, 8-5-1-2. So price here, but a horse, like you said, maybe she had some questions, but she was intriguing stretching out, and it seemed that the stretch out plus blinkers off, allowing her to switch off, conserve some of that energy, able to settle, proved to be the magic potion for her as she gets the job done in impressive fashion here. Dylan Davis picking up the win on Fast Market as she certainly took a big step forward in here. Maggie had pointed out some of the horses that she had faced the last time she went long. Definitely a different time of spot. There's John Terranova.
Yeah, a couple of nice wins for John, actually,
Yeah.
over the last week or so. And this horse, she was too big a price in here for a horse that had been very unlucky. And listen, I got scared by the stats, but it just shows when they're a big price, you can't worry about stats. And she was much the best today.
She certainly was. 12-1 shot with the win. Fast Market getting the victory. 8-5-1-2. We'll take a quick timeout. We'll bring you prices and more when we return on America's Day at the races. A lot still to come, and we'll wrap up this race and bring you a little interview as well. Stay with us on America's Day at the races.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NYRA-Bets. Open your NYRA-Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NYRA-Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races with live coverage here from Belmont at the Big A, and an upset. Fast Market at 12-1 emphatically breaks her maiden. I'm pleased to be joined here by winning trainer John Terranova. And John, you know, you look back at the last time she ran a distance on the turf, and the horses she faced were Grade 1 winners. So today she settled beautifully, having the 2 sprints under her belt.
She did, yeah. We, you know, she ran really well, 2 back, up in 5.5, and then last race was kind of a puzzle. We were scratching her head a little bit. She lost the hind shoe in that race, this and that. I'm not going to make any excuses for her, but we finally, I think, found, you know, everything that made her click, because she's had talent all along. Took the blinkers off today. We just kind of been in the wrong spots, and just she's been a little bit, you know, developing the whole time and kind of fooling us a little bit from time to time. But, you know, luckily she's a good, strong, sound, healthy filly, and she kind of let us do what we needed to do and figure her out.
So when you took the blinkers off, what was the decision behind that? Because you were stretching her out? Because she just reacted to everything so well today.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, obviously sprinting, yeah, you don't want to lose a step at all. And we had put them on a little ways back, and, you know, thought the last time we went long with her was in the Appalachian, really. I believe it, yeah, in Keeneland when we ran on the stake over.
I'm glad you said it like that, because if we were in Kentucky, you would have to say Appalachian, and it drives me insane.
Yeah, no, we're in New York, so we'll say it that way. Love you guys. But anyway, she, yeah, we just thought it would be better because she was a little bit headstrong that day. She did run against some top fillies, and we just always thought she had a lot of class, and just things just hadn't come together. So this is what we did. Dylan's been breezing her and getting along with her really well, so that was the decision.
I always feel like it's so rewarding, and you think about the future when you finally know that you have a good one that has put it all together.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. You know, you just trying to get your hands on and keep them healthy and sound, and if you got one with talent, you know, just figure out what makes them tick and give them what they want. Stay out of their way.
Well done, you. Congratulations to the whole team.
Thanks so much.
All right, as a Fast Market just passed today, that was an impressive maiden breaking score, Acacia.
It was. She was much the best in there, Maggie. Thank you. 26.02, 12-1 to pick a price on this filly. Maybe took a little bit of time to figure her out, but she absolutely rewarded them in a big way today.
And John, she ran badly last time because she was wide against a gold rail. So in case you're wondering why she ran badly, that's why.
As we turn the page, race 6, our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farms, 6-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief, sire of this year's Kentucky Derby winner, Sovereignty. As we take a look at the field, sprinting on the turf, New York bred maiden special weight. And I know you had an interest in a little bit of a price in here.
Yeah, I'm going to make a small bet on a horse and talking about bad trainer stats. Once again, not getting yourself in trouble by betting against horses because of bad trainer stats. I'm going to bet the 10 B Provocateur. First of all, this horse has a ton of turf pedigree. Is a half to 4 turf winners out of 5 to try it. The Dam was a nice runner, ran for John Hurtler on turf. Take Charge Indy is 13% with his turf sprinters. And this horse worked a very impressive 10 flat, the 2-year-old sales. Rudy has had no success, 0 for 23 first-time stars in turf sprints over the last 5 years. His barn is going well. This horse has pedigree, and I'm telling you, most of those horses were big prices. I'm going to take a shot with the number 10 in here, B Provocateur. We'll see what happens.
A nice 12-1 price as well. So we'll see how he does handle it. As the second-time starter is the number 3, Sir Walta, trained by David Duggan, who has become a mainstay certainly on the NYRA circuit here. Dave, who has a reputation for always putting the horse first and letting that success follow from there.
Trainer David Duggan has always had horses in his life, starting from an early age in his hometown of Tipperary, Ireland.
We were on ponies when we were younger. We grew up as farmers now. My uncle Matt had a couple of horses. He was a permit trainer, and there was always ponies around. I went to the apprentice school in Ireland. Some gravitated towards being jump jockeys or flat jockeys. We got into a good yard, and they got us on horses and had like a mini career as a jockey for a while.
An injury ended his career as a jockey before he arrived in the United States. But that did not derail his dream of working with racehorses. Duggan would go on to assist trainers Neil Drysdale, Owen Hardy, and John Kimmel. A purse increase at NYRA emboldened Duggan to go out on his own.
We saw opportunity in New York when the slots came here, and we thought that, you know, if we were going to take a chance, it was obviously here, and we had a history of being here.
Dave's not the only Duggan destined to work with horses.
I was born and bred into racing. My dad used to ride. He was quite a famous jockey in Ireland and in England. So I've been riding since I was 3 years old and involved in racing all the way up. We lived on the Curragh, so my sister and myself were totally spoiled. We had our own ponies. We took off on the Curragh and did whatever we wanted to do. We were really lucky.
Since the very beginning, the Duggan Barn has been a family affair.
We think along the same lines probably 95% of the time, and I think that just makes things work. As I always tell my kids, Dad's the boss at the barn, I'm the boss at home. So he basically does all the set lists and the plans for the horses. We do discuss what's best. We'll back and forth a few times that way, but mainly Dave's the main decision maker.
Port Bonheur! Port Bonheur! Poke that head in front. Can't hurry, love wins the Dancing Renee. It's Sunday Girl. She's gonna win impressively.
Here's Drafted coming on to win the Grade 3 Run Happy Stakes.
Through it all, Duggan strives to compete with the best in the game.
You have to keep on upgrading your quality as a trainer and how you communicate with people and the service that you put out. To be consistently good at what you do and keep on churning out the right kind of horses for New York, because New York is very competitive. You look at Chad, you look at Todd. Why are they successful? That's the reason you keep on trying better every day.
And there's trainer Dave Duggan's charge, Sir Walter, who is going to try the turf for the first time, as this was a horse who was a big price at first asking. There's Dave Duggan as well, and just one that really looked like he needed that race.
He didn't run that badly.
I know, he showed speed at least.
Fortunately, the sire is 2 for 41. It's not a huge sample size, but 2 for 41 with turf sprinters. There is a smidgen of turf pedigree, and the horse didn't run badly and has some speed. I always like to look at David's horses, but 9-2 on this horse, huh? Wow.
Yeah, taking some attention, getting onto the grass. Well, horses in the paddock. Let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
Yeah, we'll start right there with number 3, Sir Walter, for Dave. And looking at this horse, when I did my homework, I said, why is he going to the turf? There's not much pedigree, as you heard Andy say. I thought, well, maybe he showed something in that OBS sales workout in which, you know, it's over the synthetic. So a lot of times if they work well over that, the trainer has the inclination to try them on the turf surface. And I didn't really see much of a turf action on this horse. But boy, looking at him here in the paddock, he looks like a turf horse. Talking about number 3, that's number 4 on your screen right now. But Sir Walter, he might want, I know this is, everything I'm saying is counterintuitive to what you see on the form, because honestly, he's kind of a tall, lanky and leggy horse that looks like he wants more ground, but the fact that he showed speed going the 6 furlongs on the dirt first time out suggests to me that obviously this is the right kind of spot for him. He's very laid back here in the paddock, taking his second race in stride, and does look incredibly fit here with that dirt tightener under his belt. Moving on to some first-time starters, we have a talkative crew in here. Number 4, True Legend, part of the cacophony of Winnie's, as he did work 20-3 at the OBS April sale, and costing $150,000. Honestly, I didn't mind the workout. He didn't look as though he was going that fast, and that I liked the way he reached for the ground overall. But given that, he almost looks as though he wants to go further. And like we said earlier on the program, his brother broke through today in a very low-level maiden claimer, going a mile on the dirt. God-given. But to be fair, there's some other turf in this pedigree, as he's half to 2 winners from 5 to Try It, and Honest Mischief has been a great influence as well. Now, watching his workout 3 back on the Oklahoma turf course, he was with Newland, who was 5th on debut, but going a mile and a 16th. He did have to work hard to kind of stay with that rival to the wire, and he was definitely second best on the gallop out. He's a big guy. This horse doesn't necessarily strike me as a sprinter at all. He does come in here looking fit, at least for George Weaver, who's just been so potent with his turf sprinters in the juvenile sector. So I don't know what to think of him. He looks well prepared. I just don't know if this is the right spot for him. We might see him going further down the line. Number 8, Snickery. He's definitely the talkative sort in here. And he's another one, the same kind of thought I have with True. Sorry, he's very, very talkative and he has a very high-pitched voice. But he is quite big and good looking. So is he a sprinter is my biggest question mark. He's another one I've been watching his workouts on First TV. Had to go back a little further. August 22nd, he was out of the gate. He was very slow on the inside of a horse that ran up at Saratoga, but he really stayed on well. He was finished head and head with that rival, which I thought was promising for a horse that does appear to be more of a turf runner. We'll see next go. Jury's out with his first crop, but there is turf on the bottom side. The second dam, she was a stakes winner on the surface. I just think mentally he might need a start, but boy, physically he does make a great impression as number 10, B Provocateur, as Andy likes this one, 10 flat, asked a bit, was in the pouring rain, albeit, and just looks quick and looks like a sprinter here in the paddock. And of the firsters, he's actually been the most well-behaved, but on the flip side of that, he looks the least fit. He's got quite a belly on him. He looks quite soft, and Rudy isn't well known for these types to get them to win first time out. One, Acacia, I do want to watch with interest, but I just feel like a start might be beneficiary.
11-1 right now. Maggie, thank you. Be Provocateur, first-time starter with pedigree to suggest he would like the turf. The number 6, 313, continues to be tepid favorite, though. This horse scratched out of the New York bred stake the other day to run here instead to try and break his maiden. Has shown speed. The blinkers are coming off, though.
Yeah, speed. I just don't like the race he comes out of, and I'm just guessing that there's others better than the 6 and 7 coming out of that race. I could be wrong. Experience counts for a lot. Looking at multi-race bets, 3 Sir Walter's favored. I mean, maybe. Feels like a lot of money for Flavien Prat. I got no problem in wanting to like the horse. I just wouldn't bet that horse at a short price. I think this is the kind of race to fool around. That's why. I think the 1 is too big a price in here. I thought she's run in some better races than these, or he has, and 7-1, he makes some sense.
Blinkers on. You've got Sunday Boy, who's the full brother to Sunday Girl, who did win on the turf.
Yep. 3 turf winners from that dam.
Yeah,
It's not like it's the only one.
I actually wrote down that horse was
Yeah, well,
horse last time, so we shall see. But intriguing first-time starters, and Fast Market was the big price winner of the first leg of the late pick 5. That certainly should make things pretty interesting moving forward.
Well, if you're alive, good luck.
Absolutely.
Good luck anyway.
This is time for us to say goodbye.
We're done.
We're done. Greg Wolf and Richard Migliori coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way, staying on FS2 for now, as we do have our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day in race 6 coming up on the other side of this break. There's a long shot in Genie, who's cutting back in distance on the turf as we'll get ready to kick off the late pick 4 from Belmont at the Big A. Stay with us. America's Day at the Races continues after this.
Dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Why do we do this? We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So your 3rd-generation business can become a 4th and 5th and 6th. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years, with thousands of fans cheering for horses and jockeys yet to come. That's why we come to work every day. Why we travel the world to bring home buyers, invest in every race, obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
Who's still a nose in front. Carew is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Carew, better lucky than good wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 NYRA Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995. Good to be with you, Greg Wolf, Richie Migliore. I'm not sure if we said in that piece, I voiced it, the leading rider all time at this racetrack, this guy right here. Good to see you for our Sunday coverage coming up with the Late Pick 4 ahead.
Yeah, good to see you as well. And I love that Aqueduct feature. It's just so much history here, so many great racing over the years. And I grew up about 9 miles from here, came here as a kid. So this is where I fell in love with the game.
We're coming up on race 6. Again, it starts the Late Pick 4, 6 furlongs, outer turf, New York breds in a maiden special weight. We're going to look back on some of the big races that happened yesterday. We had the Cotillion on our air for 3-year-old fillies. A little bit of a surprise in that race. And good for Baeza to get that grade 1 under his belt.
Oh, with his pedigree, too. He's a brother to 2 other grade 1 winners. What a mare Puka is. And he seems like he's really putting it together. He's improving.
Here's a look at this field coming up next. Again, 6 furlong sprint in this New York bred maiden special weight. Boards wide open. 3:13 speed. Blinkers coming off. Mel Giddings, Sean Bridgmohan. Right now a very tepid favorite. We start with Daisy Dew on the rail.
This horse adds blinkers after, I think, running a bit green, not breaking particularly sharp. He's this horse a major player with the addition of blinkers.
Here's Genie. Blinkers come off and cuts back in distance.
A horse with a lot of speed. They're taking the blinkers off, and that turn back stopped badly going longer.
4-1 on Sir Walta, first time on turf, David Duggan.
Yeah, David Duggan, and showed good speed on debut. Lures Flavian Pratt.
True Legend, first time out, George Weaver.
Any horse that George Weaver puts on the turf, first time out sprinting, you better pay attention.
Here's Sunday Boy, Jimmy Ryerson.
This is a half to Sunday Girl, who is a stakes winner on turf, and this horse has flashed some ability. Maybe the turf helps this horse get over the top.
3:13, quick early. Blinkers come off now.
Yeah, maybe they want this horse to relax just a touch more under Sean Bridgmohan.
This one was just behind 3:13. Had a big run. Had some trouble. Had to weave her way out of his way.
Yes, and Jimmy Ferraro's horses will certainly get better with racing. He races them into condition.
Snickery, interesting with some pedigree for Marcassi, first out.
Yeah, but the mare really she hasn't produced much on the turf quite yet.
And B Provocateur, Rudy Rodriguez debuter on the outside.
Well, all turf with Barrel of Joy, who was trained by John Hurtler, a terrific horse trainer around here for years. And Rudy's barn has been white hot since we left Saratoga.
Yeah, he's had a terrific start through, as we conclude here, week 2 action. Belmont at the Big A. So pick 4 pool starts here. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll start with the horse who will be my selection. That's number 5, Sunday Boy, as he is a full brother to Sunday Girl, who's a multiple New York bred stakes winner on either surface. And that bodes well for him. On top of that, there are 2 other turf winners from the family as well. And he definitely looks as though he should handle this surface change. And furthermore, he's just a very good mover. You know, he kind of has that extra bounce to his stride that turf horses often will. And he's one that I actually picked first time out just because I thought he looked so good, so well muscled, so strong. That continues to be true here. And I just think that he should appreciate this surface change. The only thing I'll say, though, is that when Jose Lezcano rode him, he did give him quite vigorous warm-ups, and Christopher Elliott has opted to just keep him with the pony. So we'll see if that has any bearing on where he finds himself today. As we'll move on to a horse adding blinkers, and that's the rail runner number 1, Daisy Dew for Bobby Roboto. And he's a horse that I think has run well in both of his efforts, and I thought he faced a pretty good field last time out. He was in a tough spot early from that rail position, kind of got intimidated and shuffled back, and then he rallied well between horses through the lane. So one would think with those blinkers going on, kind of a significant shortcut blinker about 2 inches surrounding his eyes, that he should, A, break better, not be as intimidated, and more willing to kind of be a bit more handy for Romero Mirage, who does know him well. The only thing I wish with this guy is while he's continuing to get fitter, he hasn't necessarily continued to get stronger behind. You know, you like horses to develop that hind end, that engine, so to speak, and he's kind of gone the opposite way when it comes to that. But again, his credentials say that he could move up here and run very well in his 3rd start, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Pick 4 pool, you see it there. Lower right-hand side of your screen. Minute to post coming up. Difficult betting race. Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin for more. JK, how'd you see this 6th?
Yeah, I think it is tough. I'm going to go with the 4, True Legend, for George Weaver. And George has had a lot of success as of late with these 2-year-old turf sprint debuters. In the last year, 6 for 11, 55%. In horse racing, if you do anything at 20%, you're doing a pretty good job. 6 for 11, first-time starting 2-year-olds, debuting in turf sprints. I'm just going to play a little bit of math here. The odds in which he's been winning these races, I'm getting 6 to 1 to find out if this is one of the good ones as well. I will say this, if we're being honest. If it was a monster, I think the horse might be a little bit shorter than 6 to 1. But at 6 to 1, I'll pay to find out. I don't necessarily trust the horses that have already run. Give me a new face in here, and I'll take one for George Weaver to try to make it over 60% this last year with 2-year-old turf sprint and debuters.
All right, JK, thank you. Well, 5 to 2, lot of money coming in on the 3 here for David Duggan. Is that part of that just because Pratt's riding?
Well, I think that Pratt's riding horse showed good speed, but it took absolutely no money on debut. I got to think that has a lot to do with it. And this is a very tough race to handicap, right? You have horses trying turf for the first time. Some horses like the one I like, the Daisy Dew, the one who I just thought ran a bit green, a little bit in stops and starts, and now gets blinkers, has to work out a trip from the inside. I thought this was one of the tougher races to handicap today.
313, the 6, make a prediction. The 7, they were in that common race back on August 22nd at Saratoga. Make a prediction. The 7 in there, Ricardo Santana Jr. back aboard. You see in the background there, sort of had to wait on horses and then angle out. Thought that was a big effort.
I think it was a big effort, too. And then factor in that Jimmy Ferraro is a trainer. He doesn't have a lot of 2-year-olds, so look at the training company. He has to rely on racing his horses into fitness more. And this horse took a step forward from first start to second. Could take another step forward here.
Chris Griffin, the call. Here's race 6, Belmont at the Big A.
Hesitates. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good break for 313. 313 easily to the front. Now gets some company from Sir Walta towards the inside. Sir Walta will press on with Genie. Here's Genie challenging for that lead, and Genie puts ahead in front to Sir Walta back to second. Out wider, that's B Provocateur, who's now a close-up third. At the rail, progressing 313, was content to take back, is back for more on the inside, is now to reclaim that third spot. 22.56 for the opening quarter mile. In fifth, well-traveling True Legend. Manny Franco looks for a way out, is now going to follow the move at 313. And their third and fourth is B Provocateur, is back to fifth. Under a drive, Snickery towards the back end. Also right there, make a prediction. The two at the back, Daisy Do with Sunday Boy. They're three across the course here as they're approaching a top of the lane, and the leader is Sir Walta trying to kick on. Genie can find no more. 3:13 on the wrong lead, but is making up some ground, and here comes True Legend down the center of the course. True Legend and a hot riding Manny Franco have the leaders in sights. 3:13 is not going away. True Legend to the outside. 3:13 just keeps on coming back. Sunday Boy on the scene late. These two down to the line. It's going to be tight. Photo finish to the inside there was 3:13. To the outside was True Legend. Oncoming late there was also Make a Prediction and Sunday Boy, a woman at 9.25 seconds.
3:13 just refused to give in. This was incredibly tight at the finish. That's the one with experience. Start number 3, battling this first timer, True Legend. What do you think, Mick?
It feels like the inside came back, but this is very tight. We got to watch heads down, up and down on the wire. Whose nose was in the right spot at the right moment? Wow, I'm not even going to venture to call that one. That was a tremendous horse race. It was interesting. 3:13 was lingering on his left lead when True Legend came with all this momentum, and then he jumped to his right lead, and that's what helped him find more energy. So important for horses to get on that proper lead and find a bit more. But wow, this race didn't deserve a loser, did it, Greg?
No, it did not. Hanging in the balance, not posted yet. 6-1 on the 6, 6-1 on the 4s. We'll be back. Good to have you with us on Fox Sports 1. Greg Wolf, Richie Migliori. And we just saw a thriller here in race 6 to start the pick 4. That horse on your screen by a whisker. Outdueling a first-time starter. 3:13 career start number 3. Melanie getting shot. Bridgman just barely up for the win.
Yeah, but he was passed, and when he got to his right lead, he found a bit more energy. You know, we talk about you're running through the airport trying to make your flight. You're on the, you got the bag in one hand. You're getting tired. You switch bags. Look at you see he's leading with his left foreleg. Right there, he's finally coming to the 8th pole, switched to his right foreleg. And that's what helped him find a bit more. Manny Franco all out on the 4 True Legend. Here comes Sean Bridgman back on the inside. And this was textbook, Greg. Taking the blinkers off, getting a horse to settle more, relax. It was certainly by design, and it was a textbook effect.
Wow, was that close. 4-1 on your winner. And a little bit of experience here paying off on a first-timer that was ready to go here for George Weaver, who is usually ready to go, especially with his youngsters on the grass.
His first-time starters on turf have just been such an effective angle since the beginning of the spring here, before we went to Saratoga and going forward. You know, you'd be in a photo like this as a jockey, Greg. I'd let my horse gallop all the way to the backstretch. I would take forever to come back. I wanted the numbers to be posted, whether I won or lost, before I got back. I didn't want to be walking around in a circle with that anxiety of if I got there or not.
6, 4, 7, 5. And Sean Bridgman for Melanie Giddings. Start number 3, the Charm. Horse who'd shown speed. Quick early, but the blinkers come off and consciously decided, looked like, not to go to the front today.
Yeah, you could see that was the plan, right? They took the blinkers off and said, we got to get this guy to save a little more energy. You know, when horses use their speed, it's that gas gauge, and that gas gauge starts to run down. They're saving them a little bit more gas in the tank. See Melissa Cohen, her assistant here at Belmont Park, was a long-time assistant to Rick Violet. Unfortunately, we lost Rick Violet way too young, but it's nice to see Melissa Cohen part of that team, and they're having good success.
So 3:13 with the victory here. 2-year-old, start number 3 on the grass. After a couple of very good, certainly that second effort, big time improvement, start number 2, but then takes that next step. But still, as you saw this horse going down the stretch, still trying to figure some things out.
Yeah, still a little bit green, still, you know, a long time lingering on his left lead. And we talk about leads. What are we talking about? It's the leg in which the horse is leading with. So if they're leading on their left lead, their left foreleg is striking the ground the furthest. They switch their right lead, and now their right foreleg is hitting the ground furthest, and it helps them. Now, you have to be on your left lead to negotiate turns properly. Horses lean into the turns. But then on the straightaways, when you square up, you want them to pop to that right lead because they're going to find a bit more.
Despite those issues, this one able to win a tight one here with a first-time starter that was ready to roll for George Weaver, who had a tremendous summer, particularly with his youngsters on the grass. But this one comes up just a little bit short with Manny Franco aboard. We'll have these prices coming up here in the 6th in just a moment. Again, 4-1, 313 to start this pick 4, and we've had some prices here in these last few races as 313 gets the win. Let's go down to Maggie Wolfendale for more.
Sean and I are reminiscing down here in the Aqueduct paddock. Sean, as I just asked you, when was the last time you won one at Aqueduct? You said, well, I did have a couple grade ones here on the Plex.
I know, and I've come back and they're all gone. I won the Carter twice, I won the Cigar Mile, and I mean, I had a lot of fun here. That's sure.
Well, the one thing is Father Time is undefeated, that's for sure. But you are still in the saddle, still winning races. And with 313, be honest, did you think you won it?
I thought I lost a funny head bob, but I didn't give up. I kept riding on him, and I was hoping that, you know, he would stretch his neck out, which he does, because he's a trier.
Is that why you've kind of stuck with this horse? It feels like, obviously working closely with Mel in the barn in the morning, you get to hand pick the ones you ride.
I do, and I hand-picked him I picked him out of the sale on when we bought him, and he actually is named after my son's birthday, which is March 13th.
I love it.
Yeah, so these guys are great partners to have also, you know, so it all works out really well.
And is this more rewarding than, you know, just being flat out jockey, being able to work with the horses in the morning and then come to ride them too?
Absolutely, because you see in the development that they go through and the transition period, and when they progress is when you get all excited and you love to see it.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Good to see you back here at the Big A.
Thank you.
Sean Bridgehand, obviously having lots of success here in his riding career, but now he gets to do both. A little bit of training, a little bit of riding, Greg.
And the process of that transition, but showing he could still get it done on horseback.
Sean, such a talented rider over the years. He and I had the same valet for years here in New York, John Milano. Our lockers were side by side. Our relationship got off to a good start. I lost my temper with him early, but we became good friends. He had to learn.
You could say that probably about most people down in that room, that you lost your temper with them.
Friends with everybody now.
Look how close it was. That is incredibly tight.
Game of inches.
Wow. Sean Bridgehand did just enough on this 2-year-old by Unified for the win. As we move on to race 7. 7 furlongs. Entry-level allowance race coming up. Alyeska. This is just silly that she's this price at 1-9. Practical Love, Mazayat both deserve looks in this race. Mazayat was second 3 starts ago to the filly that just won the Cotillion yesterday.
Yeah, Clicquot, who is now 4 for 5 lifetime, right? I mean, or is it 5 for 6 now? 4 for 5, I believe.
4 for 5, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you know, I just think that's a way too short a price in a race that just appears more competitive to me.
Wow, someone really likes Alyeska. Won the debut at Churchill. That was back as a 2-year-old with a fairly slow time. He has gotten better this year, but certainly the 1-2 right within range. We'll see if these numbers normalize a little bit here as we get closer to post time. We still got a long time, 21 minutes away until the gates open for this race. Mott with the 1 and 2 in here, and then Saffie Joseph Jr., a long shot, Grammy Grove race. I thought that race was wide open. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Races 7, 8, 9 still to come. The 7th race, fillies, mares 3 and up. Then we're going long on the grass in race 8. We'll sprint 6 furlongs on the grass to close things out. That's presented by Claiborne. We'll be back. Quick break. More on the 7th next.
rounded at 900,000.
The power of a champion.
Please hold your applause.
The power of Juddmonte.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage on this Sunday afternoon. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As we get set for race 7 here, 7 furlongs. Entry-level allowance race coming up. We still got 17 minutes to post. Obviously, a huge Saturday we saw take place over in Bensalem at Parks on Saturday with the big race in the Cotillion for 3-year-old fillies and for the boys as well in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Yeah, and a really nice effort by both winners of the Cotillion and the Pennsylvania Derby. Obviously, Baeza, you know, he to me is a horse that's just figuring the game out. He's just getting better. You know, he's a late foal. He was a horse that was born actually in mid-May. So I just think it took him a little while. He used to lug in a little bit. He looks like he's running straight now. He made this long extended run and just seemed more professional, Greg.
Third to Sovereignty in the Derby. Third to Sovereignty in the Belmont. Second only a length behind him in the Jim Dandy, and now his moment to shine with no Sovereignty in this race and showing just how good that horse is, obviously, but getting his big moment in his big grade 1. And how huge is this as well for his mom, Puka, who had Derby winners, or Classic winners, I should say, in Mage, who won the Kentucky Derby, Dornick, who won the Belmont, now a big grade 1 win here with Baeza.
She has now produced 3 grade 1 winning sons and classic winning sons.
Incredible.
It's really incredible. And it's just the beginning of her broodmare career, really, if you think about it in that context. This was really great for John Sheriffs, who to me has already forged a Hall of Fame resume. Has not been inducted yet, but I think races like this and his handling of horses like this certainly are going to propel him through that barrier at some point, because to me he's a very deserving Hall of Fame candidate.
And look, we know who wasn't there. Sovereignty, who's no question the undisputed king of this 3-year-old division. He's going to train up after that Travers win to the Classic. This was still, though, even without Sovereignty, this was a very good field. He beat him pretty easily. Got the biggest figure of his career doing it as we're bringing in JK. How impressed were you with what we saw from Baeza?
Yeah, I mean, I've always been impressed with Baeza. I think, unfortunately, he was just born in the wrong year. Some might say the same thing about journalism. You look at Baeza going into this race, he had raced against 33 other competitors and had only lost 6 to 6 horses. And those 6 horses were journalism, sovereignty, 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 journalism, right? I mean, it's okay. I think that Baeza came into this race, kind of being a little bit in that 3rd seat, maybe in the back seat, the 3rd row if you got one of those big SUVs. But now he's kind of proven that he can participate in the party. Now, maybe some might say that the reason he won is because he got away from 2 horses in journalism and sovereignty that have been continuously beating him. But Baeza's always been, his biggest knock has been his immaturity and the fact that he's been his own worst enemy. Well, it seems like maybe he's going the right direction, getting a little bit better. And so if he's fixed that problem, how much closer is he now to a journalism and a sovereignty? I can tell you what, man, this classic is building up to be one of the best classics I've ever seen, with the good older horses and the really, really good 3-year-olds.
Non-committal in terms of if they would go on to the Classic, and if they want to take on Sovereignty again, they're proven they're not scared of facing them. They'd love to face them again. We'll see if that is the plan, but it sounds like the plan is to come back as a 4-year-old, no question.
Well, and that really bodes well for us as racing fans and people that cover racing, that he's a horse that I think will be a much better 4-year-old than 3-year-old. I think he spent about half of his 3-year-old campaign learning, figuring it out. And sometimes it's not just physical maturity, it's the mental maturity. And I'm seeing a great deal of progress in both respects since the middle of the summer till now. John Sheriffs will make the right call, that's for sure.
He's a master.
Yeah, he understands what his horses need.
Would love to see this horse show up. Hope that is the decision. Get one more crack. Meanwhile, the Cotillion 3-year-old fillies, the big 3 in this race, you had Good Cheer, your Kentucky Oaks winner, started her career 7 for 7. Scottish Lassie, who was just lights out sensational in the Coaching Club American Oaks. And Lacara, 2-time Grade 1 winner, the speedster, but it winds up being a new name, Clico, who's now won 4 in a row and now at 4 different racetracks, who gets the win.
Yeah, and she's run at 5 different racetracks, so she's a filly that can take her show on the road. She was very game. And I thought Dry Powder, we got to give a big shout out to her and Chad Summers. This filly prepped in the Catherine Sophia at Parks, and I think it's a racetrack that really is beneficial to have a race over the track, because she ran the race of her life in defeat. A long shot gets up for 3rd. Scottish Lassie did not get a good trip. She's a filly that wants to be forward. She got shuffled back through the first turn, and she actually ran on well to be beaten just over 2 lengths. Lacara made the lead. Maybe she's just tailed off. Good Cheer was an absolute no-show.
The big name that wasn't here, who won the Alabama, that was Nitrogen, who shifted to dirt, proved she could run on dirt. But, yeah, those were the big 3. Now it kind of just, this division for 3-year-old fillies a little bit in chaos as we have this new shooter. JK, let's bring you in. How good is Clico, and maybe is she one to factor in as we look towards the distaff?
I prefer Moe, but I would say this. She won a Grade 1, beating 3 Grade 1 winners, right? And not like 3, like really impressive winners of their Grade 1s. Good Cheers, Kentucky Oaks, Lacara's Coaching Club American Oaks, Lacara's Acorn, and then Scottish Lassie's Coaching Club American Oaks. And she did it impressively. Now, the figure came back a little bit light. But let's not forget, the figure came back a little bit light last year for Torpedo Anna as well out of this race. I do think that one of these 3-year-old fillies, and I think they're one of them that didn't run, Nitrogen, has kind of done that, is going to have to step forward if they want to beat a horse like Torpedo Anna, who, in my opinion, has always been a little bit vulnerable to being beat based on what her odds will be. I worry that it wasn't any of the horses that we saw in this race. I think Nitrogen, who was sitting in the clubhouse waiting, is the horse that I want out of this 3-year-old group.
Who had been sensational on the grass. Marcassi made that bold call to try and see if she was as good on dirt as she had been on turf. Looks like she's potentially even better with that Alabama win, so she's lying in wait.
Very unusual to have a horse to be able to be as good on 2 different surfaces at the Grade 1 level, and Nitrogen has shown that, and her stamina is not in question. She stays on.
No question, though. It's still Torpedo Anna, the reigning champ in the distaff. Everyone has to beat her, no?
It's really puzzling to me. I don't think Torpedo Anna ever gets the full credit that she or the respect that she truly deserves. Now, we can go with figures and what have you, but what she did in Saratoga in the Personal Ensign to fight the way she did after being a part of a pace that the other two pace horses just faded away. And then she held off and fought off a perfect trick, Darth Vader.
She'll try and go back-to-back November 1st. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back.
$1,600,000 $1,600,000 bid today. $1,600,000 bid now 650. $1,650,000 $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Took the lead. 8-2, get it up, you're out. 250. 8-2, down to get down, 250, down to get down, to get down, 50. Guess not. Here to get down, to get down, to get down, 50. Hit it and once. Here to get down, to get down, to get down. They know down, but it very well get twice. Here to get down, to get a third and final call. 250 and a half. Roger, you win today. 2. Thank you.
9.5. Thank you. Good night. In the back, $1,900,000. Thank you. $1,700,000. Jody, thank you. Please hold your applause.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Alapa Post Parade. Coming up for race 7 furlongs main track in this first level allowance race. We'll start with one of two in here for Bill Mott. This is Practical Love, who 2 back ran a race I thought every bit as good as what Alyeska, the 1-5 favorite, has run.
And flashed really good speed that day, going 6.5, and now she has to go 7 from the rail.
And then faced Alyeska last start and had some issues out of the gate. Mazayat, stablemate to Practical Love, has been off since June 22nd.
Oh yeah, didn't run well out of that Wilson chute in Saratoga, but look at the company she was keeping there. She's a player.
She was second to Clicquot, just won that cotillion in the second start of her career. We jump to the 5, Grammy girl, Saffie Joseph Jr.
Yeah, filly that just hasn't found her form yet this year, later in the year as a 4-year-old, but this is third off the layoff.
Alyeska, talented, 1-5 though is a bit much.
I guess people are looking at, she was third to Ragtime, who was then runner-up in the test, but that just seems like an awfully short price for her.
And Racing Colors, 48-1, but certainly could get a piece of this.
She could get a piece of it. She's got races in her form that actually put her in the frame. I think she would surprise me to win, but hey, it's horse racing, and they got to show up and do it.
So approaching the 5-minute mark to post. Here for race 7, Maggie 1-5 on Alyeska here for Chad Brown.
I don't get it either, Craig, as it's not like she has a particular advantage when it comes to pace or speed figures either, because honestly, the 2 from Bill Mott's barn look as though they could be right there with her and almost look parallel to the numbers that she has run. And as you mentioned, had some trouble when it comes to number 1, Practical Love, out of the gate last time out. Now, she does feel like maybe there's only one number that makes her competitive, Practical Love, but she is sharp again. She looks fantastic. She's dappled head to toe, really looks the part, and doesn't look as though she's 10-1 here. So I think she definitely has a say in this. And then Mazayat, look, as you guys were pointing out, Clicquot faced her as well. She was second. Actually, she beat Clicquot. I believe Clicquot finished 5th in that first race on March 1st and then turned the tables in their second outing. But Mazzayat wasn't too far off of her and came back, won here in the slop, albeit the mud, in May. And then last time out in the Wilton, she faced some decent horses, including Dry Powder, who went on to win the Catherine Sophia and was narrowly beaten by Clicquot yesterday in the Cotillion. And Mazzayat comes in here off a bit of a freshening. I haven't seen her in the prelims prior to a start, but I like what I'm seeing today. She's a big filly, certainly reflective of that pedigree, being a Bernardini out of Medaglia d'Oro mare, but is strong, and it comes in here fit. She's quite quiet before the rider got up, but once she hit the track and Junior Alvarado climbed aboard, she came to life. I think the 7/8 is a perfect distance for her as well. She does get to return on Lasix today. Moving on to a horse that, if she is a different horse at Aqueduct, the other ones might need to watch out, because number 5 Grammy Girl has run her best races, especially, she did get good over a certain period of time, which was over the winter. So, you wonder about that. Is she a horse that doesn't like heat? Could be the case. She is a very, very, very dark bay, and I find that horses that are that color do struggle with the heat. That color just seems to trap it inside, and sometimes they don't sweat as well. Well, good news is today it is a lot cooler in here, and I've never seen her look better. From her coat to her weight to her muscle mass, especially behind the saddle, she's stronger than she ever has been, and I feel like you can come up with some excuses for her 2 outings for Saffie Joseph. One obviously being the slop, first time weirdly she's ever run over it, and last time embroiled in a fast pace going a mile at Colonial. So I would want to give her another shot here, Greg. She's getting a wonderful warm-up out on the track, too. I did go against the favorite here with number 2, Mazzayat. I'm a little scared of Grammy Girl as well.
And it does have those back races. It's a little bit hard to look past the last couple of races off a short layoff. She's just not been the same, but maybe she does love it here.
Yeah, but it's right there. Maggie pointed it out so well that this is a filly that just seems to run her best races here at Aqueduct. 6 tries at it, 2 wins, a second, 2 thirds. Love the way she looked in the warm-up as well, and she just got hammered. She was 9-1 a few moments ago. She is now 9-2.
That is a big drop. Meanwhile, we were off screen. We think that price is still way too short, but in awe of how good Alyeska looked warming up at the racetrack. Wow. Let's look back to the last effort. This was at Saratoga back on August 9th and bumped a little bit early on in the race. She'd missed by a neck against Limes Don't Lie.
Yeah, and you saw then she worked out a good trip after that bumpy beginning, but she's covered in kickback. Look at her, like completely just inundated with kickback on her chest, her face, and she rallies up and takes the lead here, fought for it, only to just get picked off very, very late. A heartbreaking loss, but she did all the dirty work.
Yes, she did, and look, lightly raced, too. This will be her 3rd start back off a long time away. Let's go to JK for more.
Yeah, I don't love the 3-5. I'm hoping maybe to get a click up, but I playing multi-race wagers, I singled the 7. For a horse that exits a race 2 back, a productive race with a horse like Ragtime in it, who was an impressive second in the test. And then Limes Don't Lie, who I thought got a setup that day that didn't really necessarily work out. I thought Alyeska moved first. I think maybe she should have been a little bit more forward in that spot anyways. From a figure standpoint, depending on what figures you look at, Timeform US, I actually thought she was one that made a lot of sense and could go forward here. So I've got no problem with the 7 from a multi-race standpoint. I don't love her to win at 3-5, to bet to win at 3-5. But in terms of who I think is going to get their picture taken, it's the Green Silks of St. Elias.
Owners, yes, of Alyeska. Public agrees. I just have a hard time. She looks sensational on the racetrack. Have a hard time with that price.
Yeah, she did really make a beautiful impression on the racetrack. She makes a lot of sense on paper, just a very, very short price. St. Elias stable, owned by Vinny Viola and his wife Teresa, also owned the Stanley Cup champions, Florida Panthers. And I love when we have that crossover. Now, I know Vinny grew up in Brooklyn, Greenpoint, I'm a Brooklyn guy. I know he was a New York Ranger fan. I'm sure that obviously now his team is the Panthers, but I'm sure there's a part of him that wishes he was involved with the Rangers.
I think he's doing just okay when he got to hoist the cup. And he was so gracious, too, to bring that Stanley Cup to Saratoga. And that line was that's a longer line, I think, than I saw lining up on Travers Day to get in.
It's just fantastic. And when we have that crossover from other sports, it kind of shows people that maybe aren't as tuned into racing. That's pretty cool. And we get people that are involved in other sports that really love racing as well. And Vinny, a Kentucky Derby winner, a Stanley Cup winner. I mean, you think about that from a guy from Brooklyn. Yeah.
Not bad, right? 3-5 favorite, Alyeska here. Chad Brown, Flavien Prat for St. Elias Stable and Vinny Viola. There is the 7 on your screen. We'll see if Mott's duo can give this one a run for her money. Practical Love, DRF Clocker report, huge work coming in. And again, a little trouble when she faced Alyeska last time out. The start before that, she ran a huge figure that puts her in the mix. 7th for Belmont at the Big A. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Colors to the outside. Is in. All set. And they're off. Broken an even line, and there's Practical Love, flashing speed. Practical Love towards the inside, has company now in between horses. There comes. But the outside, actually, that's Alyeska joining that leader, and they're 1-2. Backing off, that's Mazayat. And Mazayat's going to take back as a close-up third. And behind them is Grammy Girl, and there's Racing Colors. The front two go at it early. To the inside, it's Practical Love. To the outside, Alyeska. Alyeska in a perfect spot through an easy 23.11 opening quarter mile. Mazayat is settled off of them in third. Doesn't want to lose touch with these top two. Just behind them is Grammy Girl making up some ground, and the trailer is Racing Colors. Well into the far turn now, and Practical Love takes it right to the favorite. Alyeska just waiting for the cue. Just patiently ridden right towards the outside. These two next to one another as Mazayat has been in third throughout now, tries to make a move. He's trying to pick a lane to run through as Practical Love is trying to keep going. 46.29 for that half-mile time, and to the inside, Practical Love, Alyeska ready to pounce, and here comes Alyeska to the outside. The favorite is still trying to run by Practical Love, who will not give in. Grammy Girl is about to join the top two on the outside. Alyeska, the favorite, trying to gut this out. Here's a new danger in Grammy Girl, who's trying to run by this rival. Is getting in just a touch, and that's going to allow Alyeska to hold her off. Alyeska gets the victory. Alyeska wins it over Grammy Girl. Then Practical Love, finishing behind them, that was Mazayat in 1:22.60.
Alyeska, Flavien Prat, Chad Brown, and the price warranted in here is she wins this one pretty easily.
She certainly justified her short price, Alyeska, and she ran to the way she warmed up, how she looked on the racetrack. Here's why Flavien Prat's so good. No pace on whatsoever, a very pedestrian pace being set by Practical Love. And he had Alyeska right on top of that slow, tepid pace, a filly that's more of a closing type. He puts horses in positions to succeed, to win. Grammy Girl came from off the pace, ran on well. I think it's fair to say she's better at Aqueduct than any place else. But no doubt about the winner was best, Alyeska.
3-5 as she picks up the second win of her career. And puts away the speed, holds off those coming late, including the Mott stablemate of Practical Love, Mazayat at the inside, then Grammy Girl showing maybe, yes, she's not done just yet. Getting back to Aqueduct and running another decent race.
I was always a little better at Aqueduct myself.
Yes, you were. You were pretty amazing, actually, at Aqueduct. All-time leading rider here. 3-5, Alyeska, Chad Brown, Flavien Prat, St. Elias Stable. It's the favorite in the 7th.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. We just saw quite a performance from Alyeska, a career start number 4. Last year's reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider, Flavien Prat, aboard for last year's reigning Eclipse Award-winning trainer, Chad Brown.
They become a very formidable combination. They complement each other well. Thing about Flavien, he puts horses in the game. He gets his position going forward. Here's a filly, more of a closing type. He knows they're not going fast. He's got her in the right spot, just off of your pace setter in Practical Love, and she had plenty left to kick on for home. To think about it, they went the half in 46 and change, and then they wound up going 7 furlongs in 122 and change. They really finished.
Yeah, they did. And you see that separation to the rest of the field. Speaking to how good Alyeska certainly ran in this spot. $3.44 for the win at odds on at 3-5. Grammy Girl, Practical Love, a ways back in second and third. So late pick 5 follow along, had that big number to start it. 313 at 4-1, and now an odds on favorite. And then 2 more, I thought, very wide open races on the grass to close it out.
Hey, grass racing is always a little bit more difficult. There's less separation, and a lot of times it's about trips. I mean, obviously you need a talented horse, but you got to get a good trip.
Well, race 8, mile and a 16th on the grass. New York breds, first allowance condition race, and Chad Brown will have a chance in this one too. He's got the favorite. Manny Franco rides the 3, Nana Lynn, who comes out of a restricted New York Stallion Series stake, runner-up to Trail of Gold that day.
Yeah, she ran very well. Now, when you talk about New York Stallion Stakes, they're races restricted to horses that were produced by stallions that stand in the state of New York. So you can actually have a horse that's technically a Maryland bred, a New Jersey bred, that's still eligible for the Stallion Stakes here because they were by the New York Stallion. I think a horse that's really getting overlooked, at least early on, is the 2, Grayson Grit, getting back to her preferred surface. I think she has races every bit as good as the 3, Nana Lynn.
It's a big number. I would expect that to come down. She was 4-1 morning line. She's double that number right now. Kendrick Carmouche, who was out of town the other day, he is back. He's had an incredible start to this meet. Farbridge back for more, looking to repeat in the Joe Hirsch. It will not be easy. We have a preview next.
Arabian Night has won the Pacific Classic. Jackie's Warrior, so fast.
Winning your end, Federal Judge.
And Charlatan is going to run them off their feet. Made to win the Kentucky Derby.
Obliteration is a star.
Our shot gets the win. These 2 juveniles going at it. Longest at 14. Journalism has won the Preakness Stakes. Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best ride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down, drain the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
In this country, we believe in what we're made of. Grit. Drive. The will it takes to be different. We've been called to serve this great land. Because we were made for this.
is now Farbridge, who's trying to pull the upset over Warlike Goddess, who comes right back to the outside, calls upon her class. Farbridge is a neck in front. Farbridge, it is Farbridge to win the Grade 1 Joe Hurst Turf Classic.
Farbridge collecting yet another Grade 1 win in the Joe Hurst Turf Classic. Last year, he's been so good, such a great pairing with Joel Rosario, but now it's kind of back to the drawing board after being beat as the favorite, the sword dancer, and he's got to deal with those two again, and probably even the best of the bunch who was not there that day, who's won 2 editions of the Breeders' Cup Turf in Rebels Romance.
Yeah, listen, I think Farbridge had proven that he was the best turf marathoner in North America. But it's a little bit of a deeper category, the European horses coming here, and I think that he wasn't quite as good as some, and he didn't get his trip. He's not the easiest horse to ride.
That's the thing. He had an outside post. It was tough for Joel Rosario to get over. He really couldn't. So then he had to sort of rush the horse up and make a move with a better trip. Obviously, post position could play a big part in it. Can he be a lot different than what we saw that day in his last start?
I think he could be better. I don't know if he's going to be good enough to handle the Godolphin duo. That being said, you know, Joel takes criticism, at times criticism from me. I don't criticize him for the ride on Farbridge. He's riding a horse that wants to run on the rail. He's packed out wide. He knows he has to do something, and even though it was an unorthodox move, he was able to get to the rail, and he had to use him a bit more than I'm sure he wanted to. But when you ride a horse that's difficult, sometimes you've just got to play the hand that's dealt.
Well, the group that will line up against Farbridge, this is an incredible rendition of the Joe Hurst Turf Classic. Nation's Pride, El Cordobez, winner of that sword dancer. Rebels Romance, 2-time winner of the Breeders' Cup Turf, just won the Von Berlin as well out in Germany. What a lineup we have on Saturday. Woodward as well with Locke, Gallant Bloom, Vosburg, presented by Army Mule. And then Sunday we have the Gio Ponte, but some big names with Breeders' Cup implications certainly coming up over the weekend.
Just a great Breeders' Cup preview day. We're going to get an even clearer picture in some of these divisions by sundown Saturday.
So make sure you join us next weekend. But the Joe Hurst Turf Classic going to be incredibly exciting. Rebels Romance has been just such a great story. 7-year-old who was, trying to get to Del Mar again for a 3rd Breeders' Cup Turf. But he might have a competitor here. El Cordobez looked pretty good, winning last time out.
Yeah, I thought El Cordobez took a big step forward. He was a horse that really showed that he could be placed early and still have turn of foot. Rebels Romance, so you got to admire this horse because he's ultra consistent. He shows up and gives you an effort. He may not be good enough, but he's going to give you that effort. And honestly, to be, and I'm a big William Buick fan, I thought he moved a little aggressively with him last time.
Back to Farbridge. So here's that Bowling Green. This was the win where he was too good for El Razine and Harrow. It's going to be a much more stern test, though, next weekend.
Definitely a much deeper group, but you had to love the way he looked coming off the far turn here. Farbridge, when horses get so comfortable, they get in such a good rhythm, they're framed up, they're balanced, they use themselves so efficiently, and you saw his ears were up around the turn. He was just really enjoying himself.
Meanwhile, the horse who beat Farbridge in that sword dancer, El Cordobez, improving 4-year-old who is coming off of winning the Prince of Wales' stakes at Newmarket. Now he's put together back-to-back wins at 1.5 miles.
What a trip he worked out, that inside-out trip, and he was able to split horses here with Flavien Prat, who just delivered. Actually, this was a ride of the week for me. He was just brilliant, turn of foot. Again, going back, William Buick, sometimes I think riders come from Europe, and we have tighter tracks here in the States, tend to maybe be a bit more aggressive because they feel like, well, we don't have as long a straight, tighter turns I need to be. And I think he maybe just moved a bit early with Rebels Romance, but El Cordobez was very, very good.
That is going to be some kind of battle next weekend in the Joe Hurst Turf Classic. What a lineup with all those runners' intentions on getting to Del Mar in that Breeders' Cup Turf. Let's get back to race 8 here, mile and a 16th on the turf, and it is Nana Lynn, Chad Brown, Manny Franco, the one to beat on the board. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with a horse who's actually facing New York Breds for the very first time, and that's number 6 in here, Clearwater Beach. She's also only been on the turf one time before, resulted in a win in a 14-horse field on top of all that. And I like what I'm seeing from her here. I liked her on paper. Yes, we don't know what she kind of faced in that race, and definitely had the best troll of any of them, being on the rail and saving the most ground. But I think she fits very nicely with the crew that she meets here in the Aqueduct paddock and out on the racetrack too. Presents herself well, nicely on the bridle, calm but resplendent coat to her, and just looks like she's really well suited to these conditions, as it does seem as though Mike Maselli kind of, filling in here for the trainer / owner who had this horse up in Woodbine. Moving on to number 5, Honorable Becky, who is taking a good bit of money here as she comes back off a bit of a break for Dave Donk and tries going long on the turf for the first time, as she's currently 9-2 down from her 12-1 morning line. And honestly, before I even looked at the board, she caught my eye because she's really developed. She's gotten bigger, she's gotten stronger, but also just more athletic. She was kind of a bit of a backwards looking sort, especially when she first came to the NYRA circuit. And her numbers suggest that she handled the turf well enough, but she does look as though, because of her size, that going a bit further is going to be within her wheelhouse. So we'll see where she is placed. She is quite sharp, quite keen, as those blinkers do go on her today. She is wearing a hood, which is typical of Dave Donk's runners, a black one, so that will come off once they have her saddled and they go out to the track here, Greg. But I thought she was a little bit interesting, and the board is hinting at that as well.
Yeah, it's maybe more than hinting. That's a significant amount of money. 12-1 morning line. She is down to 5-1 right now, stretching out on the lawn. She went a mile last race, but that was on a race taken off the turf. Last 2 turf tries were sprinting 6 furlongs.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think this is a very wide open affair. I can see you winding up in a lot of different directions. I'm all about the 2 Grayson Grit myself. I just think that there's not a lot of pace in here. She's a filly that doesn't have turn of foot. She's a grinder, and she should be forwardly placed.
We'll get to her in a moment. Let's start with Nana Lynn here, the favorite for Chad Brown. So 2-1, Manny Franco will ride, broke her maiden Saratoga, then came back in this New York Stallion Series Statue of Liberty, and a runner-up finish behind Trail of Gold, and the filly behind her, Hangover Heaven. We saw impressive she was the other day, winning for the 2nd time in her career.
Also turning back into a sprint, right? Now, listen, this filly's obviously a major player, and I think this is a terrific run from her. Slumber is, I think, very quietly a underrated stallion in the state of New York. What a depth of pedigree there, being that big Juddmonte pedigree to him, and he's been throwing runners from not big crops of horses. But has she ever run so much faster than anybody else that she's your favorite?
I think maybe warranted to be favored, not super short, though. I think this was a very competitive race. Although we said that in the last race about Chad Brown. Look what happened.
Well, I'm taking a stand here for sure. So
yeah, this one, though, feels a little more like, yeah, that's a more evenly matched group. Here's the 9. Sail with the win, Jeremiah Engelhardt. So outside post, back to 3 straight, I should say, in the money finishes at this condition. As we look back to July 26, her most recent effort, she got beat by North End Lady.
Listen, all of her last 3 turf efforts are fast enough to win here. I mean, she's gotten good buyer figures. She's gotten good trips. She got to save ground last time. The problem here is what she does from post 9. She has to overcome the post and not get caught wide into the first turn.
She had the rail, she got beat. She had post 5, she got beat. Now she's stuck all the way on the outside. Katie Davis is going to have to try and negotiate that and try and tuck in and find some room. That's not an easy task.
You've got to come out running enough, and then you've got to hope that you find that gap between flights, right, where you could tuck in. Going wide on the turf, particularly in the first turn, is not a recipe for success.
Her brother Dylan will ride this one, Tongue Twister, and Tongue Twister already where she wants to be here, being able to save ground from the inside.
He doesn't have to fight to get that inside position. He's there. Now he's got to avoid getting shuffled back. Now they do take the blinkers off for a filly that hasn't been showing much speed. And, I never really, you don't quite understand. No, actually adds blinkers, a filly not showing so much speed. So should be you know, when you put blinkers on, it's to try to make them more aggressive and try to put them more in the game.
3 for 13. Lifetime record for Tongue Twister, but definitely we'll see if that blinkers on can maybe get her over the hump. She's had several tries at this condition. She's been competitive every step along the way. I mean, she's right there, I thought, figures-wise, with Nona Lynn. And you're getting 6-1 compared to 2-1.
Another one. She fits very well and gets a very good advantageous post. But also when you have the inside, you've got to use that inside to your advantage. Don't come out too quiet and let horses fold over and then shuffle you back. You don't have to send, but come out enough to get that position in the first turn before you settle in.
Another look at the favorite there, Nona Lynn. Manny Franco had a big day yesterday. We'll see if he can notch another one here for this barn that Chad Brown, we're 2 weeks into this meet, 32%. So no slowdown from what we saw from him, tying as the leading trainer at Saratoga.
You know, normally you think somebody has a big meet when Chad has consistently big meets. At some point, there's got to be a little bit of a lull. And there's never a lull.
It's amazing. There's Kendrick Carmouche. He's having no lull either. He's going to team up with John Kimmel, who you see on your screen there. And Kendrick, that tremendous summer Saratoga. And what a great start through the first 2 weeks of this meet.
Yeah, listen, Kendrick's a position rider. He gets his spot going forward. Not a speed rider. People, you know, like to label riders. He can win from anywhere, but he is very position conscious. And John Kimmel, not only a guy that I had wonderful success with as a rider, a really, really good friend.
So many big wins for him in your day, but what's the one that probably stands out as the best one?
The Go for Wand with Hidden Lake, when it was still a grade 1, she outgained Flat Fleet Feet. She was beaten a long way out and kept finding more, and I was humbled by her effort.
What a career he's had as a trainer. They'll send out Grace and Grit, 6-1 here, who the last time we saw her on the turf, she actually was forward trying to do it on the front end, but it doesn't look like she's one that has to have the lead.
She doesn't have to have the lead, but she has to be forward, Greg, because she doesn't have acceleration. She's a filly that stays on. She's steady, so she has to rely more on her stamina than her ability to what we term quicken, right? She doesn't have turn of foot, and basically we're saying she doesn't have acceleration. And I think that she lands in a spot that she could potentially be forward without having to be rushed off her feet.
Look at David Donk. Still in a good mood. Maybe he hasn't looked at what happened with the Jets yet.
Well, Johnny Velazquez has got the green cap, and Dave Donk's got the green Jets hat on. And
as he always does.
The Jets have been disappointing. They played so well their first game, even though they didn't win, but they played well. And then the last 2 weeks just been disappointing.
No bigger fan than D-O-N-K Donk, Donk, Donk. 5-1 here. What did you think of the filly he's going to send out, Honorable Becky? The 5.
Not impossible. Stretching out to the turf, on the turf for the first time, would be a little bit of a surprise for me. One thing about it for me, Dave Donk tips his hand. When he likes a horse or thinks a horse is doing well, he reaches out for a few guys. Johnny Velazquez being one, the Ortiz brothers, Manny Franco. Those are his, like, go-to guys when he likes one.
There he is, 5-1. This one is, as Maggie pointed out, taking considerable play on the board. We start with Tongue Twister, Carlos David and Dylan Davis.
Adam Blinkers has figures that make her competitive and gets a good inside draw.
Grace and Grit for the aforementioned John Kimmel. Has Kendrick Carmouche in the irons.
Filly that's a little one pace, but she's getting back to her proper surface after sprinting on the dirt.
The favorite, Chad Brown, Manny Franco. Nona Lynn slowly making her way here on track, coming off that runner-up finish in the Statue of Liberty division of that New York Stallion Series.
Has never run a bad race. Totally understand why she's taking money. And by Slumber, a sire that I think is very underrated.
Back check could improve, and obviously a very dangerous barn.
Yeah, could improve. Her start 3 back, she just completely blew the brake and still won.
Here's the Donk filly with John Velazquez, Honorable Becky.
Yeah, trying the stretch out for the first time and adding blinkers, and Donk reaches out for Johnny V.
Only turf start for Clearwater Beach to 6. It was a win. Maggie pointed out it was against Open Company.
Yes, she's been racing up in Canada. This is the first time facing New York breds.
Bunny Honey, 35-1.
Was pulled up last time. had to go through stringent protocols to be able to race again, so I'm sure she's fine.
Here's Bertrill. This one has several big races, I think just as fast as the favorite at a big price.
And does have some speed in a race that feels pretty devoid of speed to me.
And Sail with the wind outside. Again, trying to work out a trip from that outside post, but a contender.
A major player here. Any one of her last 3 races put her right in the thick of the battle. Has to figure out a trip with that outside post.
So 5-1. As you take a look at that warm-up from Nona Lynn. Nice appearance here. After breaking the maiden at Saratoga back in July, followed it up with that second in Restricted Stakes Company. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll start with another horse putting blinkers on for the first time, and that is number 1 in here, Tongue Twister. And I think, you know, there are several things that could go her way finally today. Obviously, having that inside post position, as you guys were discussing, she will add just a shortcut cheater blinker. She looks incredibly fit here. Obviously, she's had a fairly comprehensive turf campaign, this being her 7th start of the year for Carlos David. And last time out, she was just wide, and those trips just never win. Where she has faced several of these horses in her recent runnings, and 2 back, it was the same thing. So I'm wondering, with that post position now kind of closing her in a little bit more, maybe makes her a little bit more apt to kind of run through horses, to be in close quarters, to not get intimidated, and maybe to have herself a little bit more forwardly placed. So we'll see. I think she is a logical type of contender, though, you know, it feels as though she's kind of had her chances and she hasn't quite broken through yet. As we'll also take a look here at number 8, Bertrill, purely just because I was discussing this race earlier with Andy Serling, who was on our FS2 show, and he made some valid points. Obviously, what chance did she have last time out, being nearly 70-1 in an open allowance race? And then she's just had 2, before that, her 2 efforts, wide trips, and then you would have to think back on May 2nd, it was the first start off of a layoff that she probably needed it. She is a bit of a heavier body type of filly now, and so there's some upside with her. Yes, Luis Rivera needs to be decisive. He needs to try to save ground with her, but there is some ability there. And Greg, we all know her as the one that usually when she gets ignored on the board is when she shows up.
Yeah, that is an understatement to say the least. I believe broke her maiden, I want to say at 100-1, and then the second win of her career came at 68-1.
Maybe she doesn't like pressure, right? When you're shorter prices, there's more expectation.
So, Jonathan, let's go to you on this here as we get set for this 8th here. Nona Lynn, obviously one of the major players, but how do you feel about 8-5?
I mean, it depends on what your goal is here, right? If you're trying to bet the horse to win, I'm sure that one of the 2 probably offer a little bit more value to win. Who do I think is going to get their picture taken? Very similar to what we saw in the last race. The 3, Nona Lynn, for various reasons, right? You look at the race 2 back. I thought the horse ran extremely well, got a good trip, ran a fast number. There's been a few horses that have run well out of that race. Then you show up in the New York Stallion Series race where Hangover Heaven was 3rd, and obviously Hangover Heaven wants to go a little bit shorter, but Hangover Heaven showed how talented she was yesterday. And Nona Lynn, I thought, ran well there with more than enough excuses, right? The pace wasn't very fast. She was trying to close into that slow pace and was unlucky to not be able to do it. She's the best horse in this race. I feel very confident about that. If you want to take a shot with the one of the 2, I'm certainly not going to talk you off. But if you're going to nail me to one horse, give me the 3, Nona Lynn, based off of that strength of schedule last time, the trip last time, closing in a slow pace, and the race 2 back, I'm certain wins this one.
Well, public agrees with JK here on this Chad Brown filly. She is taking all the money right now at 8-5.
Yeah, and listen, you know, when Jonathan talks about it, he's betting multi-race tickets, right? So he's looking like last race turned out to be a free bingo square, and he's looking to lean on this one heavily again. I just think that there's so many horses within close proximity to each other, ability-wise, that, am I going to be surprised when Nona Lynn wins? No. But I do think there are other contenders at bigger prices.
I'm with you. I mean, I agree. If she deserves to be the favorite, but that is awfully short. And several others seem like they fit on ability. The 1, the 2, they could improve. Bertrill, I know Andy Serling liked as well, and I thought her races too. She's been a little bit unlucky, and she has figures that fit with the favorite, and she's a huge number right now, 13-1.
Yeah, big price there. The 9, Sail with the Wind, if she can overcome the post and find a decent position, a decent spot. I just thought there were other ways to go here for sure.
But look, this barn, as we talked about, reigning Eclipse Award winner, 5-time winner of that award, Chad Brown. He's 32% at the meet right now. Things are gone incredibly well for him first 2 weeks here downstate.
He does a great job. His horses look great. They usually run to their appearance. You know, he has no weakness. There's no hole in his game.
I would, even though he tied as leading trainer at Saratoga, and I've not talked to him about it or asked him about this, but it seems like certainly numbers-wise a little bit down from what he's done. Probably a little disappointed in terms of how many wins he had, even though he tied as leading trainer.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you set the bar as high as Chad has set the bar.
Which he set ridiculously high.
For himself, I guess it's hard to live up to that standard every single meet. He had a great meet, You tied for leading trainer with another great conditioner. Todd Pletcher already in the Hall of Fame. Chad Brown will be a first ballot Hall of Famer. I mean, you know, these are guys that really know what they're doing.
6-5 favorite here for the Chad Brown barn. Meanwhile, the 1 and 2, both at 5-1 in here. Who do you feel outside of the favorite has the most upside here coming into this race?
Well, I picked the 2, so it's hard for me not to say the 2. I just don't see a tremendous amount of speed in this race, and if she can get comfortable up on the pace, you don't have to be on the lead, but up on the pace. In a perfect world, she makes the lead, her ears are up, and she's controlling things. Because she's not a filly that wants to have to accelerate too much.
There we go, behind the gate, set to load momentarily for this 8th. Mile and a 16th on the turf, and then we close things out with a 6-furlong sprint on the grass, where we'll get to it in a moment. Feels wide open as well. Velkamp, though, is going to take a lot of money from Marcassi.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a good, solid turf sprint for 2-year-olds.
First things first, 2 turns, mile and a 16th, in this turf event coming up. Can Nona Lynn pick up her 2nd win in her last 3 starts? Let's send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Check. Goes in. Sail with the Wind. Last to load to the outside. Sail with the Wind. Goes forward and in. All set. And they're off. Sail with the Wind from the far outside is showing the way. Down towards the inside, here comes Grace and Grit to apply some pressure too. In between horses, Honorable Becky, and now Grace and Grit gets over to the rail, is the leader. Bunny Honey is right there in the early mix with Honorable Becky, breaking down towards the inside here as Tongue Twister is now in 4th. It's a shared 4th as Bertrill goes with that runner. Sail with the Wind broke out on top, but is now back to 6. It's 3 wide in that second grouping. Nona Lynn is at the rail, saving all the ground. The 2 at the back. That's back check with Clearwater Beach as they work around the turn. Grace and Grit. And Kendra Carmouche doing it nicely. 22.41 for that opening quarter mile for Grace and Grit. Honorable Becky is in full pursuit, is alone in 2nd. Losing some ground there was Tongue Twister at the rail in 3rd. Bertrill has made up a spot, is to the outside here, is now in 4th. To the inside of that rival comes Nona Lynn, who's now in 5th. Red Cap, back check, is on the move, is there with Sail with the Wind. Out wider here, progressing under a tight hold, that's Clearwater Beach, and now the trailer is Bunny Honey. 46.58 for a half-mile time. The leaders, Grace and Grit. To the inside, Tongue Twister. Outside, Honorable Becky. Also trying to rally on Nona Lynn. Nowhere to go. Here comes a run from Clearwater Beach. Starts this sustained rally from the back end of the field. Is passing rivals quickly. They reach the top of the lane. Grace and Grit has been doling out the fractions. Kicks for home. It's Grace and Grit. Here chasing Tongue Twister towards the outside. And trying to get out is Nona Lynn. And Nona Lynn is looking for a seam. Clearwater Beach is trying to get there too. Tongue Twister to the outside here of Grace and Grit. Now Nona Lynn straightens up. And here comes Manny again. Nona Lynn to the outside. Nona Lynn gets the victory. Nona Lynn wins it over Tongue Twister. Then came Sail with the win and Clearwater Beach in 1 minute 41.50 seconds.
Nona Lynn at 6-5, and she was so much the best in this race. She had trouble early, got shuffled very far back early on in this race. So there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, and just had to work her way to the outside, and then she came with that run. And listen, I took a shot against her with grace and grit, but she was just too good. Nona Lynn, Tongue Twister worked out a good trip, came up second best, and the outside runner, Sail with the Wind, not the greatest journey into the first turn, but then wound up to the rail and finished with good energy.
Manny Franco for Chad Brown, head of Plains Partners, and 6-5. On your winner.
This is a
Chad
run
Brown goes back to back.
Run into the first turn, right? So they came out a little bit of shoot. And you can see, you know, riders on the outside are checking to their inside to see if they can drop in someplace. Kendrick made the lead, which is the way Grace and Grit wants to run. I'm curious if the fractions are correct, but it came up very fast fractions. And it just didn't look visually like they were going that fast.
Trouble came just before that, too, where this one had to shuffle back. 3-1-9-6. As once she found running room, got in the clear, that was it.
Yeah, she dropped her head and ran. And that's something that we see a lot from the horses by the sire slumber. They have acceleration. They have turn of foot, and that's what makes your best turf horses.
So back-to-back, Chad Brown Barn, Nona Lynn, 6-5 favorite here in the 8th. From well off the pace for the victory. Now 2 wins in the last 3 starts and a runner-up finish in Restricted Stakes Company. 4 for Manny Franco on this Sunday card. We'll be back with prices, set up the nightcap next.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best ride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down during the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. Nona Lynn, your winner in race 8, despite a tough trip. gets clear in the stretch, and Manny Franco guides her to victory. 2 wins, last 3 starts. Our Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate your star today.
Manny Franco's 4th win of the day. He's riding lights out, getting it done. And you talked about her early trouble, losing some position, getting shuffled back. But this is the perfect turf trip after that, right? You get to save ground in the stretch, angle out over horse's heels right there. And then really find that stride to be able to kick on and run down Tongue Twister, who did everything but win. I mean, just had a great trip.
$4.42 for the victory. And this one in pretty sharp form against New York breds to start off her career now. 2 wins, 2 runner-ups in 5 career starts. As we take a look at the pick 5 with 1 leg remaining, and started out very positive and then incredibly formful with Chad Brown winning each of the last 2 with favorites.
Yeah, and I've been trying to beat Chad Brown with favorites the last 2 starts. I think I got to come up with a new strategy, Greg.
And he's on a roll, isn't he? $26 horse to start it, 4-1 on 313, so this pick 5 still could be lucrative with a pretty wide open race, unless, of course, Velkamp is just that good. Race 9 to close it out. 6 furlongs on the outer turf. Maiden optional claiming race, and Mark Casse, Dylan Davis, they will team up with Velkamp, beat a half length. It's maybe a little bit better company first time out. That was at Ellis Park, however, now coming to New York. Amelia Green spent the last few years working under a Hall of Fame trainer, but after going out on her own, she has made an immediate impact here on the New York circuit, trying to make her mark.
My first memory of a horse, I mean, it's pretty much before my memories began. I've been very lucky to grow up around horses my entire life. But I'd say when I was like 13, 14 was when this was all I wanted to do. I started out with the show horses, show jumping, and I was lucky enough to jump for England when I was a child. My grandfather was a national hunt trainer in England, so I would say that was the inspiration to trying to get into racing. I think he was the one that was like, why don't you try going to the racing school? When I first came into the industry, I was set on being a jockey. I loved the adrenaline of the going fast and, you know, riding tight in a race, and that was the route I wanted to go. I was incredibly lucky to get a job at Henry Cecil straight off the racing school. I don't think at the time I realized how good of a position that was. He actually sent me out to America one winter to California, and then he sadly passed away that June. I had a trainer in California, George Papapadromou, that offered to sponsor me for my visa and move out to America. I haven't left working-wise since. Go with Gian if you need to. He should be fine, he's ran already, so regular gallop. You know, I couldn't cut the weight riding races. I'm also a realist, and I knew that I was a pretty average jockey. And then I kind of just plateaued a little bit, and I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do. I spoke to Michael McCarthy, and he said, would you want to go work for Todd Pletcher? And I was like, yeah, I'd love to go work for Todd Pletcher. And so I called him. I think the only thing he said was, when do you want to start?
What was great about Amelia is when she first arrived, she didn't want to just ride. You know, she wanted to be involved in the barn and work the hours that the foreman and the assistants work, you know, to learn all the other stuff that goes into preparing a horse to race.
You just learn something from him every day. As everyone knows, he's not the most vocal person, but if you pay attention to what he's doing and how he's doing things, it's just a great barn to be in and learn in. I think I first told Todd about, you know, the desire to train on my own, like 3 years before I actually did it.
My biggest challenge was trying to hold on to her for a couple of years, and you know, I was able to convince her to stay. I think I talked her into another year, and part of the agreement for that year was we would sort of prepare her for some of the things that you need to know when you're training.
He was very supportive from day one. I think he learned that from, you know, the Lucas tree, that when someone says they want to do something, he's going to help them get there if he can.
You know, the one thing I'm very proud of is not only the success that they've had, but the way that they conduct themselves, the way they represent themselves, and the way they represent the industry.
You can take her away from the pony, she's good. When I left Todd's right after Breeders' Cup, I actually didn't have a single horse in my barn. So straight from the Breeders' Cup, we went to the November sale, and I was lucky enough I had 2 owners. We bought a filly called On Command and another filly called Wimberley. And that first week, I mean, I did it all myself. I groomed them, I hot walked them, I rode them. That was it, we were up and running.
We give it to On Command, Katie Davis. They win the license fee.
She's always going to obviously hold a special place in my heart. The first couple of days I was here, I was driving in the gate and just looking over to the Saratoga track and thinking how cool it was to have a barn here of 35 horses in my first year of training. It kind of took me aback for a second, realizing how lucky I am. You're doing what you always wanted to do with your life, working with horses every day. It's pretty cool.
Well, obviously studied under one of the all-time greats, Todd Pletcher, but she immediately has made an impact on this circuit. Good for her, and actually won the opener on the card. Today she'll send out South Philly slide, in this nightcap coming up from the rail with Ricardo Santana Jr.
With a pedigree that suggests getting to the turf could be a good thing. The mare, her mother, has produced 6 turf winners, including the stakes winner Roja. And listen, I really like that feature because Amelia Green's appreciation of what she's doing really shines through. She said it's pretty cool. Yeah, I'd say it's pretty cool.
Yeah, and started a little bit slow at Saratoga, then started actually to have some success late in the meet.
Yeah, you know, you're going to go through those things, and part of being in the racing game or any competitive endeavor, you've got to be able to stay even. You know, when things are great, don't get too high. When things aren't going great, stay consistent in your approach, and things will come back around. It's never going to stay one consistent flow.
See how South Philly slide does here in this nightcap. If that one can bring Amelia Green, her second winner on this Sunday card. Again, we'll break from the rail with some pedigree. 7-2 right now, getting on turf for the first time. Looks like, though, that Veldkamp probably is the one that everyone has to beat in this race. The second time starter, the 5 for Marcassi.
Listen, she ran extremely well on debut and finished with purpose. And, you know, sometimes first-time starters run well, showing a lot of speed, and you don't learn a lot about them. It's when they have to overcome some adversity, have to negotiate their way through other horses, traffic. So she's already shown she has the ability to do that. I think another horse out of the same race, the 10-horse, Carol Annie, comes out of the same race, and I thought she had more trouble and finished with a lot of interest.
She had trouble at the beginning. I was going to get to her, and then Manny Franco, of course, looking for number 5 on that one from the outside post for Brad Cox.
Yeah.
Major player at 3-1, though, as you get a look at Amelia Green. 7-2 right now on the rail filly that she will send out after taking, again, the opener on today's card. It's got to be so difficult taking that leap and going out on your own when you've been with one of the top barns in the sport for several years.
Absolutely. But look at the international education she's had. You know, obviously she was talking about her grandfather being a national hunt trainer, working for Henry Cecil, who's legendary in European racing, trainer of the incredible horse Frankel, amongst many others as well. So, and listen, she was a terrific hand on a horse. Watching her gallop horses like Life at 10, you know, Ranker, Colts, different horses. I mean, Life is Good.
Yeah.
Life at 10 was a filly I rode for Todd years before that. I can't get out of my head. Life is Good. You know, she shows not about strength. It's about having good hands and really getting horses to fold into your hands properly.
We'll see how this one adjusts. Pedigree says should like the move to grass. We'll see if that is indeed the case.
And she'll bookend, if she can win the last race, right? She won the first with Chocolate.
She did.
It's bookend. Nice. Start the day with a win, end the day with a win. I used to love winning the last ride I had at the end of the week because then I could feel like I was good for a day or two.
Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, I'm hoping Amelia can go 2 for 2 here, as I am interested in South Philly Slide. As you heard Meg say, there's plenty of pedigree for this filly to handle the switch to the turf in only her second start. And she looks it too, as she's a daughter of Vekoma. I think they like the turf. They are some horses that can pretty much run on anything as well. But, you know, last time too, she was chasing 3 to 4 wide. She lost ground around the turn. Then she kind of re-rallied a little bit. So a useful debut, and she got a bit of an education and hinted at ability. And I think she'll just find this switch to the turf a bit easier for her to handle. Moving on to one who you're going to have to look past her first effort, and that's number 2, Luciana's Honor. As she comes out of a race that I think featured some fairly talented horses, and we saw Sweet Montreal come back and win the Joseph A. Jimma as it was moved to a turf sprint. Dancing with Destiny came back to win as well, and St. Bridget's Cross, she would come 2 starts later and win here, albeit in a lower level maiden on the dirt, but still posting a 67. So there's some ability with a lot of those horses there. I was gonna say how well she was acting today, then she goes and does that. Again, some fitness has been gained, some experience obviously is priceless, so we'll see how she does. I do think there's a move forward in her, and she definitely looks like a turf sprinter. Moving on to a first-time starter, that's number 9, Mariposa Moon. The Improbables are okay on the turf. He's not very good with them first time out, though, no matter what they're doing, 2-year-olds. And the Dam, she was 0 for 3 on both surfaces. There is a half sibling that won on the synthetic as a 2-year-old and also won a stake thereafter. Not much pedigree to go on, but these are dangerous connections with Mike Maker and Flavien Prat aboard. Also connections that are looking to team up for a win yet again. When I first looked at her, I said, wow, I really like what I'm seeing from her. She looks like a sprinter. She's well-muscled. She's very fit looking for a Maker firster. Then I kind of, worked my way down her legs, and not much saying turf with this filly, at least from the foot perspective of things, from the leg perspective of things. So, Greg, I'm not sure this is the right surface, but I guess we'll find out more. Overall, she does look the part as a firster that could run well.
Flavien Prat will get the call for the Mike Maker barn with that 9, Mariposa Moon. Thank you, Maggie. Favorite remains Velkamp, and deservedly so, but again, impressive out of that race with trouble. The one on the outside, Carol Annie, who could, no question, turn the table second time out.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the 2 trips now, obviously Velkamp, was narrowly beaten, and it was about 3.25 lengths back to Carol Annie. But Carol Annie, I thought, had a much more difficult journey.
We'll get to the post parade when we come back. We'll take a timeout. Nightcap on this Sunday card from Belmont at the Big A when we return.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale. Located in the most racing-rich region of the country, this sale offers a diverse catalog of yearlings from some of America's most lucrative state-bred programs, with leading national and regional sires represented. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Crazy Mason, Nisi Marie, Our Shot, and Post Time, a strong source of stakes-winning talent. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, Tuesday, September 30th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
$1,600,000, $1,600,000 bid now $650,000, $1,650,000, anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 $1,600,000, thank you.
Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt into the Late Big 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 1, rolling through Manhattan. Out here at South Ozone Park, New York, we got one left. Nightcap coming up. You can play it with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Going to close things out, sprinting on the grass. 6 furlongs coming up in this maiden optional claiming field, where the 9-5 favorite is the 5 Velkamp. And impressive first time out, but it was at Ellis Park. Now coming here to New York could be a different story, and there's several that look like they could take a move forward. Maybe even this first-time starter. Big price on this John Terranova first-timer Greyjoy.
Yeah, I didn't really see turf pedigree jumping off the page at me. And, you know, a lot of times what I'll look at, too, because obviously horses are individuals. You can't just go on completely on pedigree. It's one of the metrics we use to try to, you know, glean out who might handle a certain surface, is if they've ever worked on turf. And now this is a filly that stayed down at Belmont through the entire summer. They don't have the opportunity to try a workout on the grass like they would in Saratoga on the Oklahoma track. So devoid of that, I'm going to look elsewhere.
That man right there looking for number 5 on the card, Manny Franco. What a Sunday he's put together. He'll team up with Brad Cox, and again facing the favorite with that troubled trip in the debut from Ellis. See if this one can turn the tables today in the rematch.
Yeah, listen, I thought she ran extremely well on debut, and she could take a big step forward. And Manny Franco, he's just in his zone, right? When you get that 4th one, it's like you want that 5th one so bad.
Ricardo Santana Jr., he teams up with Amelia Green. We showed you the feature on her turf debut.
A filly that I think's really turf meant. The female side of the family has thrown a lot of runners on the grass.
Maggie brought up, and it's a good point, Luciana's Honor faced Sweet Montreal, won the stake on the turf the other day.
Yeah, so she comes out of a good, productive race and actually ran very credibly well.
First-time starter, one bad habit.
Yeah, just a horse that's not taking any money, and we usually look to the board to guide us a bit.
There's Velkamp for Cassie with Dylan Davis.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Comes off a big effort at Ellis.
Yeah, hints of some turf pedigree here for Kef, who moves to the grass.
Actually, all turf on the female side of this family, and you get Colin Mirage, another Mirage riding here in New York now.
Interesting at a huge price, $39.01, making the surface switch. Chop and Broccoli, George Weaver. It finally gets on grass after 2 washed off.
Yeah, they kept her in, but now she gets the surface they've been looking for.
Greyjoy went by. Here's Mariposa Moon, Mike Maker, and Pratt.
Strong connections here. Gonna have to show me, though. First-time starters never worked on turf.
And can Manny get number 5 here, the rematch with Velkamp?
Well, she comes out of the same race as your favorite, and I thought ran just as well, even though she was beaten a few lengths by that one.
And there's Kef, that long shot with that pedigree we talked about for Oscar Barrera at a huge number.
Yeah, all turf on the female side of the family, and Oscar Barrera's horses tend to run better with racing. They race more into condition.
So Velkamp right there, the 5. Your favorite 9-5 start number 2, but the New York debut coming up. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look here at Velkamp, your favorite, and I think she deserves to be the favorite. Now, I know that Carol Annie had some trouble at the start overall, but so I don't want to say as much trouble, but Velkamp, she did get away a little bit slowly and then just continued to run forward. So in my eye, she actually did more running because she kind of ran the entirety of the race where Carol Annie only kind of ran through the stretch. So not that much separates them physically here. Looking at them, they both look great. They both look like total turf sprinters that I think, belong in this spot here. But I would just lean a little bit more into Velkamp, but so does everyone else. As I do want to mention number 7 in here, Chop and Broccoli, I know has done no running in her first 2 starts, but while there isn't an abundance of pedigree really at all, it does look like a turf sprinter. So 10-1 on a George Weaver 2-year-old turf sprinter. There's worse options to take, Greg.
Yeah, look, he had a first-time starter earlier in the card, just got nosed out of a victory, sprinting on the grass. We'll see if this one, he's been wanting to get this filly on the grass. Last 2 have been washed off, finally gets on today.
And one thing we know about George Weaver, he is very good at identifying the surface in which his horses will excel at. So now she's finally getting to the surface they want, and you got to love the name, right? The owners, Thomas and Darren Broccoli, Chop and Broccoli. Wasn't that a Saturday Night Live
skit on Saturday Night Live from back in the day? So Eric Cancel will ride for Weaver. And you don't necessarily, sometimes these races, these 6-furlong turf sprints, don't have to have a turf pedigree. It depends who you're facing.
Horses are individuals, just like people. Sometimes they create their own pedigree. Certainly there were no jockeys in my family, right? So, you've also got to look at a horse from a physical perspective and decipher whether you think they'll handle a specific surface.
Meanwhile, this 5 has remained a pretty heavy favorite at 8-5 here with Dylan Davis for Marcassi. It was a big number. Was not really highly regarded in that debut. It was almost 14-1.
Now, finished very well. It seems like the turf course is playing pretty glib, right? They're bouncing along pretty good on it. I don't think you want to give horses too much to do in a turf sprint here.
Let's go to JK, get his thoughts on this nightcap.
Yeah, look, I understand the money that the 5 Velkamp is taking, but if you look at Velkamp's last race, the horse was 14-1 on debut, meaning that the public necessarily didn't think the horse was going to run all that great. You can also notice that the day before, the horse was entered for 50. They scratched and ran in this maiden special weight. So at least for a second and a half in their brain, they thought maybe this horse should run for 50. Now, you come back to the 10, who I'm going to pick, Carol Annie. This horse was, 3.5-1. I think some people can call that 7-2. 3.5-1 on debut. Broke a little bit slow. Came running a little bit late. Likely learned from that experience. I think that those are the types of horses you want moving forward in their second career starts. I'll go with the 10 to the outside. If I was playing in multi-race wagers, if I was alive in the pick 5 or the pick 6, I'd like to be alive to the 5, 9, and 10, but the 10 would be my win play.
And for those that were involved in the pick 6, by the way, the 3, the 6, 7, and 8 all result in a carryover in the pick 6.
Wow. I think it speaks to just how competitive this race is, as well as how tough the sequence was. I mean, you had the 2 favorites of Chad Brown's, but before that, you had some pretty good handicapping going on, no?
Yeah, difficult start to the sequence, no question. As we look again at Velkamp, bumped a little bit at the beginning of that debut, and this is the race with Carol Annie at Ellis. They both had some issues early on. As we take a look at the finish.
I understand the point Maggie makes too, that the other filly did kind of run on and finish where Carol Annie did flatten out, but I thought that was a function of having to do too much while wider on the turn and led her to flattening out a bit. So I do think she did a little bit more running that maybe it appears at first blush.
It's still so much can change first to second start as well.
Well, also, some horses just really need that experience to figure it out. Like, oh, this is my job. In the morning, you can't replicate racing conditions. You can get horses okayed from the gate. You can get them fit. But when you work horses out of the gate in the mornings, you're working with company, and the key word is working with. You're not working against them. It's almost like sparring. You're trying to get something out of it. You're learning. It's technique. It's not. Now you go to the gate instead of with 2 or 3 horses that are, you have a game plan with. You're going with, in this particular instance, 10, and they're all working against you, not with you.
The public has not backed off, though. This 5 for Marcassi, second time out. But several interesting runs. I'm with Maggie. I thought the 2, just basis of who she faced first time out. Sweet Montreal, third place finisher, came back to win as well. Was interesting here in start number 2. South Philly Slide with that pedigree, interesting. We talked about the 6 a little bit of a huge number, some interest, and even the 9.
Again, I think there's a lot of ways you can go. I wound up with the 1 South Philly Slide. I love the pedigree. I like Ricardo Santana taking the mount here from the inside. But I can make a case, obviously, for the favorite. The 2, comes out of a very productive race. The 7, Choppin' Broccoli, finally getting on the right surface. The 10, Carolina. This is a terrific competitive race, and we talk about it a lot, Greg. Turf races, trips make a bigger difference in dirt racing.
Here we go, about to load up. Velkamp, the 5, 7-5 favorite in the rematch here with Carol Annie. The 10, as Manny Franco, outside post, looks for his 5th winner on this Sunday card here in the nightcap. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Sunday program. There is Greyjoy. One Bad Habit. One Bad Habit goes in. Mariposa Moon. Acting up there, Luciana's Honor. Rider back aboard. There's Mariposa Moon. Carol Annie to the outside. Sunday finale. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Choppin' Broccoli. Is out to the front and up the far outside is Carol Annie. Joining them towards the inside, Luciana's Honor broke very sharply and at the rail, wanting to hold that position. South Philly Slide. South Philly Slide is trying to challenge Choppin' Broccoli in between horses, still with a head advantage. Outwider Carol Annie. Just so behind them, Luciana's Honor is to the outside here of Velkamp. They're in a tight spot here, back in 5th. Outwider there, moving forward, that's Mariposa Moon. Also drafting in behind that group comes a Kef. Blue Cap just had to steady. Greyjoy is out wide. The trailer, One Bad Habit. 22-4 for the opening quarter mile. They are chasing Choppin' Broccoli. Choppin' Broccoli's in front. Here comes a challenge to the outside from Carol Annie. Ridden patiently, South Philly Slide. Needs a way through. Just had to steady at the rail. South Philly Slide trying to muscle on through. Velkamp is rallying on. There are 3 across the course. Carol Annie's the leader, but for how long? Velkamp, look at her stride out. Here comes Velkamp down the center of the course. Velkamp is now picking up rivals. Greyjoy on the scene late. South Philly Slide not out of it, but Velkamp got the move. Velkamp almost there. Velkamp wins the finale. Velkamp wins it over South Philly Slide, Greyjoy, and Carol Annie in 1 minute 9.63 seconds.
Velkamp with the win. Favorite obliges Mark Casse, Dylan Davis, second time out winner.
And wound up working out a really good trip. Dylan was able to be more forward with the experience in the second start. Saved ground, tipped out to the clear. South Philly Slide, give her high marks. She was very brave coming through some narrow quarters at the top of the stretch, but it was a really good effort from her and a good trip as well. She got to save all that ground. How about the 8-horse first-time starter making a big late run for the John Terranova barn in Greyjoy?
Yeah, 31-1. Very interesting. Let's go back to the start here.
It's just kind of interesting, the placement of the gate. Look how much empty space they have all the way to the rail. You could see the one-horse South Philly Slide ran to that empty space. Now the whole field's got to shift over to get down to the rail, right? You want to save ground. And it was like the whole field shifts to the left all at once. I don't know the reasoning why they're placing the gate so far out. I'm sure there's some good reason for it, but it just seems like a lot of empty space for young horses.
5-1, 8-10, Velkamp at 7-5. As Dylan Davis, Mark Casse team up to take this nightcap. DJ Stable, and that's who Mark Casse teamed up with to get that historic 4,000th win of his career. Someone he's had so many wins with over the years, DJ Stable.
Yeah, they've really been big supporters of not only Mark over the years, but many other trainers. I mean, I remember riding horses for them with Alan Seawald many years ago.
Velkamp takes this nightcap as the favorite at 7-5. Well, the prices when we come back.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 1. Card in the books here at Belmont at the Big A to wrap up week 2 action. It's the favorite, Velkamp. Trainer Mark Cassie, owner DJ Stable, and Dylan Davis is second winner on the card. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
I've just heard the best line from him. You get the best fans here at Aqueduct. Guy saying he loves you like you're his dog.
Yeah, he's a good supporter. He's here almost every day, so I got to make sure I get him winners out there, or he's not going to be too happy. You know how the crowd gets out here.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say after that. But my guy, he's got some hair too. But Dylan Velkamp, as you said, she got squeezed at the start last time out. She was still kind of further back, but you worked out this great trip, just kind of weaving in throughout horses. She proved to be best.
Yeah, just really making sure I got a clean break. Not necessarily, you know, picking out where I want to be, like on the lead or come from out of it or position-wise. Just want a clean break, get her comfortable. Saw Santana kind of rush inside there. I found a spot for me to take to the rail, and he took me all the way through there till the quarter pole. He took the inside route, and I opted for the outside once I got through in the clear, and she responded very nicely, and great job to the team. You know, she was ready today.
I was going to say, that felt like such a crucial moment because you knew that Ricardo had a horse but had nowhere else to go up the rail. And for young horses, it's just easier to get him in the clear.
Oh, of course. No, he's just riding his race. You know, he's taking the inside route. He's being patient, and he thinks it's going to open, and it did open for him. But, you know, maybe I had a little bit more momentum run on the outside. With a young horse, you're usually better outside and making a good run from there after you save your ground. So they get a little more confident on the outside, but that's the way it shaped up, and I had best run there through the wire.
Well done, congratulations, and we got to get the dog at the track.
Yeah, never seen him. One day, maybe a picture.
Yes. Got to meet this dog. Dylan's biggest fan, loves him like this dog, Craig.
Yeah, bring a picture next time. So we should mention, too, tough trip, South Philly slide. Got stopped a couple times, looked like on the rail.
Had to stay.
A big effort.
And then was brave to come through some pretty narrow quarters. You got to give her high marks as well as Ricardo Santana. Yeah, the Aqueduct fans are different. You know what my nickname was for a long time was Stepfather, because I would bail them out in the last race. Take it, Stepfather. Yeah.
Late pick 5, just over $1,000 as it started so promising. And then became very formful the last 3 legs.
It really got formful late in the card. I mean, Velkamp was good. I love the way she dropped her head and ran for home. Nana Lynn, daughter of Slumber. You know, you think about Slumber, with small crops of horses, he's produced horses like the Grade 1 winner, well over $1 million, Fluffy Socks. I mean, he's a horse that stands in the middle of the Hudson Valley that people should take a good, long, hard look at. He is a very productive sire.
So next weekend, we've talked about it a little bit, but we are loaded with big-time races coming up, especially on Saturday. Joe Hurst Turf Classic, Grade 1, the Woodward. We will see Locked make his return. Gallant Bloom, Belmont Turf Sprint. Locked, though, earlier in this year, looked like this was the best horse, potentially, in the older horse division with this win in the Big Cap. It has not panned out since.
Gosh, he was so good this day in the Santa Anita Handicap, and expected him maybe to go on. I think maybe facing a little bit different level of competition, but it just feels like his form went a little bit sideways. If anybody can get him back going in the right direction, I would think it's Todd Pletcher.
So the Woodward next for him. Yeah, he came back in the Ali Sheba, and it was sort of an afterthought with his stablemate Fierceness showing up that day, up 6 months away. Winds up being Fierceness, sets a track record that day, and has sort of gone on with it. He's had his issues too. But we'll see if Locked can put himself back in the picture, because when he's at his best, he's maybe the best.
Adds a whole nother layer in this deep older horse division that we have this year, and the 3-year-olds. We could have a Breeders' Cup Classic for the ages.
Yeah. So we'll see what Locke could do next weekend, and then what a loaded Joe Hurst Turf Classic that we have coming up. We mentioned Farbridge and what he has done, 3-time Grade 1 winner, but Rebels Romance, who has won 2 runnings of the Breeders' Cup Turf. You look at the record, too, 19 wins from 28 starts, overall over $14 million, and he just keeps rolling along. Comes off a win in that Von Berlin at 1.5 miles in Germany, showing he's not really lost a step.
Well, he's the globe-trotting Rebel Romance, too, right? He wins everywhere. His passport's got more stamps on it than mine.
It's incredible. And he'd used that Von Berlin in the past as a stepping stone. we look what he's done on the Breeders' Cup turf. And even though El Cordobés, coming off that big performance of the Sword Dancer, do you feel like he's the one for Godolphin who's the big danger?
I do, because of his consistency. Now, we also, too, got to think about weather. I do think that Rebels Romance is better on firmer ground. He can perform on softer ground, but the firm ground helps him.
Trying to win a third Breeders' Cup turf in his career, but first things first, that Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, that's coming up next weekend. Alyeska odds on. Money was right. Chad Brown with a favorite. She was impressive, taking the 7th on this Sunday card. Rebels Romance, we just talked about. We'll see him next weekend in that Joe Hirsch as he tries to make his way to Del Mar for a third Breeders' Cup turf victory. Farbridge will try and stand in his way. 3-time Grade 1 winner. Can he get back on track and lock? Brilliant in the Santa Anita Handicap. Can he get back on track in the Woodward?
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn. Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.